You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
I think the weather looks like it could hold off, but you just never know. Joining me this afternoon for a pre-match, and it's a pleasure to have Matt Spider-Lee. Good afternoon, Matt.
Very good afternoon to you, Brash, and all of our viewers and listeners. Great to be here. So much anticipation of what we're ahead this afternoon. Really looking forward to what's going to be just a fantastic game of football. And I think we're going to get a close finish at the end, let's hope.
And I've pulled out one of the big guns this year, retiring Vermont coach, 2024 coach, and he's going to be our specialist coaching analyst this afternoon. And it's a warm welcome to Adam Parker. Good afternoon, Adam.
Thanks, Brash. Thanks, guys. It's great to be here. It's great to be back at Bayswater on this great day of the year. And, two quality teams going at it. It's really exciting to see how it goes.
Adam, you've been a player and a coach of a grand final. What would be the mindset so far of these two coaches going into a grand final, not only as a coach but as a player?
Yeah, I think the coaches is probably just to keep the playing group calm. That's probably the main message I'd be giving them. They've been doing it all year, so nothing really changes. Just the occasion changes. So if we can keep the playing group calm, that'd be my main message to my assistants and then everyone involved. As a player, even walking up today, I could hear the national anthem of the reserves, and you just get those tingles that it's a grand final and it's the big moment. You train 9 months of the year to try and be here. So I'm sure the players will be excited. It's about just controlling your emotions early and just making the best decision because, sometimes big games get out of hand really quickly, and we've seen that here in the past. So hopefully it is a close finish because we all want that.
Exactly, and I think, Matt, that's what we're looking for this year. The other thing too is that does come into play on a grand final day, and we've seen this many, many times when you have both reserves 19s and premiers and your premier division side in a grand final. It's really hard. It's a big week at a football club, and sometimes you've got to try and, as Adam said, you've got to keep it as normal as possible. Do you think that the 19s and the reserves, if they do win, can really set the tone for the seniors?
Yeah, I think it can, because my experience being at East Bird back a long time ago now is it does build that momentum through the day because your first block is the Colts. They're trying to get their job done. You're in the same rooms. So not much changes throughout the course of the day when you've got the 3 teams in the one change room. So it's just business as usual. So like the routine in terms of when the team meeting is, what's required of all the players, the match day schedule, when you've got to be out on the ground, all that sort of thing just comes out and gets rolled out naturally and organically. But you've also I think you're all together, so that brings everyone really close, tight-knit, and then but when you've got a situation where you've only got one team in and you're sharing rooms with other clubs, that sometimes can be a little bit dysfunctional and have that distraction about it as well. So I think it can work in both ways, but when you've got all 3 teams in the one change room, you're all playing on the same day, you can build on the momentum because you're going out, watching a little bit of the reserves, you can take a little bit of the atmosphere in, go and speak to the people that you need to speak to, but then you can be fully focused on what's ahead of you straight away, get in and get yourself ready for a game of football. And East Ringwood, first time, all 3 teams in since 1961. What a tremendous day in prospect for their footy club.
We will be joined throughout the broadcast by the 2 coaches, Ben Osborne and Brenton Sanderson. Early thoughts on the game, Adam. How do you see this game playing out?
I don't know. It's a bit of a guess. I'm not great at predicting how it plays out, but I think what I noticed the last couple of weeks is Balwyn generally send a few more numbers at stoppage, and then East Ringwood are happy to have someone sit behind. So I think that'll be the occasion again. So I think the stoppage numbers will probably then favour Balwyn. It's about how they execute going forward and whether East Ringwood can then slingshot going the other way. They've got great intercept players down back, and they've done that all year. They've defended the ground really well. So I think the midfield battle will be dependent on how many numbers are in there. I think last time they played Balwyn had the ascendancy, but they had an extra round stoppage, so they should have had the ascendancy. And then it's just about whether they can utilise those numbers and go forward, or with the pressure on the footy. I think that East Ringwood, and any grand final has big pressure, but East Ringwood will bring in, if they're forced a quick kick, then they can turn them over and get them going the other way. So I think that's the strategic battle. I think there's some massive individual matchups that we'll probably chat about later, but there's some bloody good players out there who I'm excited to see playing on each other.
But it's the coaching battle as well. But also inside for East Ringwood, they've got a great inside midfield, and they work really hard. And what I've noticed in recent times is their ability to to get the chain connection moving, ball movement on speed, and get their forwards a look. And they get the replication. They also, it goes into 50, and they lock it in there with that forward territory game too. So they're going to get plenty of looks, but they're coming up against a really strong defensive unit in Balwyn who like to defend strongly, systematically. But when they move the ball, they can move it at speed too, but they're a little bit more moving on the angles, move a bit laterally, and they try to test you fundamentally, don't they?
Absolutely.
And for the first time this year, it's a warm welcome to one of the participants, the coach of the East Ringwood Football Club, Ben Osborne. Good afternoon, Ben, and welcome to EFNL Game Day, and an exciting day for the club in general.
Yeah, no, it's been a great week, a great build-up, and I didn't know you were getting the big names up here in Parks, you beauty.
Yes. We wanted to add a bit of flair and pizzazz to it, mate.
So it's been a fantastic build-up and week. Thursday night was almost didn't want it to finish because of the energy around the club, and obviously disappointing with the 19s, but I think Blackburn finished 6 games clear on top for a reason, and they were too good for us, but our 2s look like they're going well, and we'll see how we go later on today.
Before I throw it to the boys, can I ask you, did you in your wildest dreams when you took over at the club and as a new coach, did you actually envisage that this day would actually come?
Yes and no. I wanted to set it was my first time of senior coaching, so I didn't know how hard it was or how easy it was, and it's definitely not easy, but I think I was trying to build the club up for sustained success, a decade of success, not the straight away, and fortunately we've been able to win a lot of games since I've come, but it's happened fast, but we also had that COVID time where I was able to put in probably 2 pre-seasons without playing much footy into the boys, and so they could understand the game plan and what's expected, and it's probably happened a little bit faster than I thought, for sure.
Good luck today, Ben. All the best for whatever the outcome, and I'm sure East Ringwood are going to be tremendously proud of the achievements of 2024. Let's just reflect on the week so far and then look ahead to the game itself. Thursday night, you just said you didn't want it to end. So in terms of you would have spoke about, obviously having the 3 sides in, and did you have any guest speakers that, that spoke to the players to get a special message across in terms of maybe a theme for today or something that you're going to use potentially, to unite the group throughout the course of the afternoon?
We didn't have any guest speakers as such because we had 3 coaches talking, so that was probably enough, and president as well. And look, it's been a big week because we've had obviously the Chandler Medal and James winning that, which is extremely exciting. Yesterday the lunch, so it's been a big week. I've got 2 kids under 5 as well, so it's been a big week. But I've really enjoyed it. And the group's enjoyed it a great deal. We didn't have a guest speaker as such, but like my mentor and one of my best mates is Lee Adams, and he's come down and done a little bit of work with our midfield over the last couple of weeks, so that's been beneficial, and just sort of simplify a few things, so that's been great. But outside of that, it's just sort of the people who have got us here, the people have got us here for a reason, and we've got to trust in what we do, and I'm a big believer of I don't speak to the boys just before the game. It's they go out there, if they're not motivated by then and by themselves, and needing a guest speaker to pump them up, then we're in a bit of trouble on game day.
Let's have a bit of more of a focus in depth in terms of the key messaging for today, the real focus points for the East Ringwood team. What are the 3 key messages, focus points in your view will go to me towards the ultimate result being, today a premiership for your footy club.
Yeah, look, we took a lot from the game 2 weeks ago. Couldn't take too much from last week with the conditions, but our work rate was huge last week compared to the week before. I think the biggest message was our contest work was down 2 weeks ago against a quality contested midfield. So we need to match them in that area. We feel like if we can get on the outside, then we can use our speedier, faster players like the Waitmans and Preston to get us going. And look, a lot of the week's been, and a lot of the year's been built around trust, trusting our defensive method, trusting our ball use. That was a little bit down 2 weeks ago as well. We were a little bit timid. Probably a few guys not wanting to make a mistake and playing a bit safe, and hence the 53-50 scoreline. And probably that was Balwyn as well. They're a great defensive side. We're a great defensive side. So it was hard to sort of pick through. And so offensively, we want to shift the ball a little bit more because they do get numbers back really well. And if we just keep trying to bomb it into Sam, we see that didn't work 2 weeks ago. So we'll shift that around a little bit as well.
Well, that's going to be really important because obviously we know that you're a great inside, mid-team, and you talked about the defensive part of your game. And then when you do get the ball into your forward line, you're going to get enough looks, and you've got to do it cleverly without giving too much room and crowding each other. That's going to be really important because early in the season when you came back late in that game, particularly in the second half against Balwyn, when we covered that game, you end up kicking 7 goals, 20. It was a real noticeable thing in that game where your midfield just stepped it up in the second half because they were well and truly on top in that first half, and they really were good at stoppage and clearance and really put that pressure on your defensive part of the ground.
Yeah, we've got a pretty deep midfield, probably the deepest in the comp, I think. So we feel even last week 2 weeks ago against Balwyn, we finished over the top of them and we had shots on goal that didn't quite hit the scoreboard at all. But we had the last 4 shots on goal and we had plus 10 inside 50. So we feel like if we can stay in the game for long enough that our depth of midfield can get going as the game goes on. It opens up a little bit and the Waitmans, as I said, Waitmans and Prestons can get going. But James Belo, obviously.
150th game for
Dylan,
James.
For Dylan, Dylan Belo, 150 games. So that's hopefully it's a pretty exciting milestone that he'll never forget.
What a week for that family.
Yeah, absolutely, and very well deserved too. They're juniors. They come from under 9s all the way up. It's being a one club player myself, I think it's really special to have those people in the club.
I'm just going to ask you about your culture. I think it's something you're really proud of. I think we've spoken about it from outside looking in. We're really envious of the culture that East Ringwood's got. Is that something that you're proud of with the group? Yeah,
absolutely. It's something that I just went straight into. Like leadership and culture is something that I hold in high regard, and it's a one club mentality, and it doesn't matter whether you're under 19 senior player, women's player. Every Thursday night before the women's finish, we train. We warm up and train half an hour with the women's side as a big group. The 19s are already started, so that's just created. I know as a coach in the past, especially when I was playing cricket, that if you're coaching someone, you actually take a bit out of it yourself, and you become a better player yourself. And I think that's helped our senior guys coaching helping the women and coaching them, that they've picked up. It's like, oh yeah, that actually works. I might try that myself. I'm really proud of it, to be honest. And to see where we are now, probably as we discussed before, probably fast tracked a little bit. But yeah, really proud of where the club's sitting right now.
Yeah, it's great. I think I'll just ask about James. So he mentioned on Wednesday night that he'd trade his Chandler medal for a premiership medallion straight away.
Yeah.
And the comment that he made was if someone wouldn't do that, he wouldn't want to play with them.
Yeah.
I thought that was really powerful. You must be proud of what he said.
Yeah, he's a massive reason of where we're at. He's just a fantastic leader. He's always had it, but obviously he's ebbed and flowed with his footy career and surfing career and all that sort of stuff. But he's just a fantastic human. He's a great leader. People love him because of his energy that he gives to everyone, and I'm really proud of him. I'm so glad that he won a Chandler. I thought he was probably fairly stiff over the last couple of years not to win it, but as I said to him, consistency pays off, and he probably got more votes this year than he thought he would, and we couldn't believe that he won by 11 votes, to be honest.
Four in the last game, 4-3 voters.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
No, he finished definitely the last two games. He was huge. I think one was against our mate here, so he probably doesn't want to be reminded.
No, I think on James, he's incredible in all aspects of the game, right?
Yeah.
He's a defensive player as well as an attacking player, but can go in the air as well. So I don't think like many teams have a match-up for him. So it'll be interesting to see what Balwyn do today. Just last one from me. You spoke about your stoppage stuff, and I watched the game 2 weeks ago. What's your plan of attack if Balwyn send a few forwards into stoppage? What's the idea? Are you going to stick to your system and try and have one behind the footy, or what's the plan?
Yeah, we stick to our system. We tend to only really want one behind the footy. But if we do, it's high. We like to get our high spares. Probably Jackson Weatherall, who's not playing, is our best deep spare, and so we've just had to rejig that a little bit. But I think if they want to get up, we just got to watch them on the way out and make sure that we've got the balance right around the stoppage, so it's not just all flying through and it's hard to stop then. And Rove will do that pretty well, and we were able to quell them a little bit last week. So I think all in all, if we can. I think we'll just have one behind. That's the plan anyway.
Yeah, okay.
I think, Ben, really the interesting thing that I've noticed, you've played Balwyn 3 times, 3 different results, but 3 different types of games have played out amongst the 3 of you. There hasn't really been that much of a common factor in the fact that there isn't that much difference between the 2 sides, and it just seems like to me that at times it's going to come down to moments of the key players throughout this contest. Do you see how the game could play out today?
Yeah, 100%. I think, look, the 2 best sides all year, and probably the 2 best defensive sides, but also they can attack really well. But I think we've probably set up so well defensively that either side struggles to get through, and even on the big ground a couple of weeks ago, it still didn't happen. So we'll see how that all plays out. I'm sure Sando's got some plans for that, and we've got some plans for that. And it's I think it has been 3 different results, but all pretty close games. I think they were definitely the better side the first time. We were definitely better side second time, and then they were the better side last week. But we lost by 3 points and had a chance to win. So we took a fair bit of belief from that after reviewing it. So
I reckon the interesting thing is too, in that game, that extraordinary game at East Ringwood, the one thing that I was really impressed with, and it's always stuck in my mind, I know Spider alluded to it before, how the midfield sort of really took control, but I actually thought it was the half-back line that really knuckled down after half-time and really built that wall to make sure that that ball wasn't getting out of there. And I actually thought that it was really good the way that you shrunk the ground, where they just had no outs into their forward 50. You'd be hoping at some stage that you could get something like that happening again today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think once we get time in forward half, we were able to set up really well. The teams, it feels like, from what I see other teams try to do, they try to play a fast pace to get through that and try to get us out the back, which can happen. But as I spoke about before about trust, is we just got to trust that we stop that ball early and make sure that we're not defending our back 50 as much. And I'm not sure what the stats are with inside 50s against, but I don't think we'd have high numbers against. So, if we can equalise around the stoppage, we feel like that we defend better than anyone and defend the ground better than anyone. And we've got enough firepower up there. If we can just work together a bit better, that we can kick a winning score.
Actually, I think I've got a disposal to or kick to goal ratio, right? And obviously the perfect scenario is 4 kicks, 4 goals going straight down the middle. I had East Ringwood at averaging 14 kicks per goal, which was clearly the best.
Yeah.
So your side is very economically with regards to how you deliver the ball, and you deliver the ball with efficiency, and you're getting really good bang for your buck. So you'd be hoping to get something close to those sort of figures this afternoon.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, our offence is not too much mucking around with the footy. We're not a high handball team. We like to be sort of a 2-to-1 kick to handball team. We're probably playing against a team that likes to dispose the ball a lot and use their hands out of trouble, and they've got some really good players that accumulate big numbers. But we're probably a little bit different than most of the other top sides, I suppose. Roval, high disposal, Balwyn, high disposal. We're probably down below, and people probably look at that and go, how do they win games when the disposals are not high? But we just try to be, get it forward and surge forward at times. And if we can, we just want to be direct and go forward as much as we can.
Sorry, Brash.
Go on.
I was just going to say the first 10-15 minutes is going to be a real important part of the game where it sets the trend. That's going to be something you're going to really hone in on, no doubt. Trying to make sure you get that first advantage, particularly in that first 10-minute period, so that you can really set the rest of the game up.
Yeah, it's about settling, isn't it, in grand finals? But Parks, how was it last year? You got any tips for me?
It was hot. We actually mentioned a little bit before about the logistics of the day, and it's different, right? Because it's a presentation and the players are all revved up, so you actually got to keep them really calm for longer than you probably normally used to. You guys are lucky because you've got all three sides in, so you have access to the rooms. But logistically, it's different, right? So, we had James Ross, and he was like, absolutely about to explode, and there was still 20 minutes to play. So I think that's probably a challenge. That's my only advice. You're the one sitting here, so nothing for you.
I think the first 10-15 minutes is going to be exciting and hot, and you just hope the boys are settled and settle as well as we can. Because once I think, like I played in grand finals before myself, and once you get to that 15-20 minute mark, quarter time, you just you're in the game then, and you're just playing footy and trying to execute the way we want to.
Well, Ben, good luck this afternoon. Thank you for giving up your time on the EFNL game day for the grand final edition. Good luck to the East Ringwood Football Club this afternoon, and hopefully at 4:45, mate, you're walking away with a premiership.
Yeah, that'd be special, wouldn't it? Thank you very much, guys. Thanks for having me.
There you have it. There, ladies and gentlemen, we have got Ben Osborne there from the East Ringwood Football Club joining us. And interesting dynamic, Adam, about where he said before, if the players need a coach to come in and give them a motivation, then they're not switched on. I agree with that, because you've got to be self-motivated on a game like today.
Yeah, 100%. He seems like a coach who has so much trust in his playing group and trust in their system. And I think knowing Ben before even he was a coach at East Ringwood, he's a great person, and the club's done a great job in getting the personnel behind him where they are, but he's done a great job in leading the people to be better people. He speaks about his players, about who they are a lot more than what they're like as players, so that's a real credit to him.
And the leaders just doing that, isn't it, Adam? Because you want the leaders just going past the next bloke, giving them the tap, encouraging, just doing those little things, leaving everyone to their own devices, because that's what makes a change in click.
100%, and they're the ones who can make the change quicker than the coach can, especially on big grounds. It might take a minute for a message to get out and adjustment to be made, but if you've got leaders out there who can change it on the field, it's a massive difference.
But Adam, you would also appreciate too that Ben's been around this competition for such a long time, not only like yourself as a player, but also as a coach. So he has an intimate understanding of what's required in the Eastern Football Netball League, even before he takes on a coaching mantle or a player mantle, because he's been involved in this environment for so many years. For an incoming coach from another competition, that can sometimes take a little while to adjust to.
Yeah, I think no doubt. I think Brenton and Ben have different backgrounds in that space, and I think that if you ask Brenton about players or the way the standard of the game is and all that sort of stuff, he would have had to have taken time to adjust, although he's been at the AFL level, right? So, I mean, it's a different sort of theory as to which is better and which is not, but I think regardless, you just got to have people in the job for a number of years to get where you want to go, unless your list is exceptional and better than anyone else, which this year it's so close. So I think both coaches have done a great job, and they've won big stretches of games in a row. So, arguably the best two sides for this year are in the grand final, and it's hopefully going to be a great game.
There's that 10 games. Well, Balwyn started off the year so well, that 10 wins in a row. Had a bit of a month there where they weren't really playing as well as they would like, and then it sort of took them a number of weeks to try and build that growth again in their game, because there was a few weeks there they just weren't scoring enough, were they? They were only scoring around the 6, 7, 8 goal mark, and they've only been really doing that because of their efficiency when they go inside 50. So that's another challenge, going up against a real strong defensive team like East Ringwood, who have been very good at that end of the ground.
When we went down and watched them at Noble Park, they looked really sluggish that day.
They did, yes.
They just couldn't. Sometimes, and I think when they went through that patch, I think that was when the weather turned a little bit nasty as well. And I'm not saying that it plays subconsciously on the players' minds, but sometimes when you have to deal with adverse weather conditions, Adam, when you're not used to it, it does change the player's mindset a little bit on how they play the football, even though they want to play the game style that you instill in them. But it seems obvious at times that the weather doesn't allow that.
Yeah, 100%. The weather affects the game, first of all, but it also advantages some teams. Like Vermont, we were a very good wet weather side, and we played Balwyn this year and we beat them in the wet. But they're a lot slicker than us in terms of their skill and the way they move the footy in reality when we played them early on in the year.
And you denied the kicker that day when you did beat them.
Yeah, I think so. But I think smaller grounds, wetter day, bit of mentality, I reckon we're up for it a little bit more than they were because they'd been up for so long. So, but I think that gets thrown out the window when it's a grand final. So I don't think any of that sort of matters. And I think throughout the middle period of the season, I know that Balwyn have had a few people who have playing VFL, not playing VFL, being away, coming back. So there's probably haven't had that consistency of side where they've had it in the last couple of months, and obviously
continuity is always very important, isn't it? And you've got a side like Eastland who've had to play some of their VFL players because of the point system and in the reserves here today. So there's a selection integrity issue there in terms of that just helps your depth. But also you get a situation where players come and go out of your lineup. So they've played the continuity game where they've been able to play over the last few weeks and they haven't had the rest, whereas Balwyn have had that rest as well, but also had some VFL players coming in and out of the lineup.
Well, for the first time, and not the first time this season, but the first time on EFNL Game Day Grand Final Edition, it's a warm welcome to Balwyn coach Brenton Sanderson. Good afternoon, Brenton.
Good afternoon, boys. How are you?
No.
Brenton, it's been an interesting ride for the Balwyn Football Club. Win your first 10 games, go through a bit of a lull, had some injuries, had some form issues. Some players have come back into the side from a high level.
Yep.
All of a sudden, it seems to be clicking in place at the right time of the year.
Yeah, I think it probably happens with all levels of footy. We obviously started the season really well, like you said, and then we had players get injured, players went overseas. Some players dropped in form. We had a group of boys play a sort of a big block in VFL when the AFL teams had their injuries. So like every club, we had to sort of manage our squad and test our depth. Some of those boys came in and played really well, and others aren't quite up to that standard, or up to this standard yet. So yeah, we'll keep looking for opportunities to build, the squad through the 19s and the reserves over the next few years, but. Yeah, the first two finals. Yeah, I mean they could have gone either way. I know you guys were here. We could have gone out in straight sets, or we were sort of lucky enough to get a couple of close wins. So, like you said, the week off's been really good. If you could pick choose your own adventure to the grand final, that's the one we would have done.
Yeah.
Play the first final, play the next week, and then have a week off leading into a grand final. So yeah, I said to the boys just then, you won't get a better look at a premiership than this one. So we've just got to make sure we make the most of it today.
Yeah, good luck, Sando, for this afternoon. It's going to be an absolutely thrilling game, and no doubt one that we're going to remember for a long time to come. In reflection on this season, you just went through some of those features of what's happened, but take us back just over the last few weeks. Where do you think the big improvements have come between the teams that was playing at the start of the year to the mid part of the year to right now? You just started to click it together in recent weeks, particularly with your defence, but more importantly with your ability to be able to move the ball a little bit better and then create that scoreboard pressure like you have been in recent times.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's the defence. The defence has been the area that we've seen improvement, and I know you guys keep telling me as well, we haven't been able to kick good scores, like big scores, which is a bit of a danger. You still need your good offence in September. You still got to kick a big score to win. But yeah, thankfully, and I just said to the boys again downstairs, our back six have been pretty good the last couple of weeks. We've had to rely on them. A lot of inside 50s against it. They've actually withheld. So yeah, Josh Pollux, Walker, Schreiber, Cunningham, Ridd. Those guys have been really solid for us. So yeah, we've just got to make sure today we take a bit of pressure off them and win the ball through the midfield.
It's always hard with selection integrity. You're trying to pick the best team, and there was always the hard luck stories. A guy like Josh Wise, who I thought was really good in a couple of the games that we've seen this year, he's probably the one that's not going to get that opportunity. But you sort of got to make that decision. It's the hardest one to make with any coach. You put the magnets on the whiteboard, and
yep.
No doubt they flick around, and you go, yes, no, maybe. I'll have to have a real hard second look at that. That must be the toughest job, apart from this, when you sit there in match committee and go, do we go with someone that can use the ball a bit better, or do we go for maybe another small forward, or do we go for the extra defender as well?
Yeah, they're tough calls. You sort of prefer to make those ones than having to look for players to come in in a grand final. But you're right about Josh Wise, although he hasn't played since we played Donny East about 8 weeks ago. So I just think a grand final, there'll be a lot of pressure. East Ringwood play, the long down the line, contested method game. We're probably better suited to a game for him, which is a bit more open and hard running. But yeah, it just was a risk, I think. And he's had a back issue, so he's had a bulging disc. And I just didn't want him to get tackled in the 10-minute mark of the first quarter and him come off, and then we're sort of down to 21 in a grand final. So he was disappointed but understood. Vince Sagari's probably, he misses out too. He's available for selection after getting concussed against Blackburn in the last home and away game. But he's a good VFL player. We couldn't find a spot for him either. So it probably highlights the players that have been on the journey with us, as opposed to the ones that come in, back and forth a little bit from VFL. So that was a tough call. Vince is a great player, and I know most people would tell me you've made the wrong call there. But yeah, I just think the way that we've gelled together the last couple of weeks, it's hard to make a change. I mean, we made one change. Ryan Apos out for Oakes, and that was the replacement 2 weeks ago when Oakesy couldn't quite get up, but he's feeling good today, and I think he'll play well.
Let's drill down on the key messages today, the focus points that you love talking about when you're doing your analysis. But what are some 3 things that you would like to really see the team bring to the table today? What are the 3 key elements, particularly in the first 10-15 minutes of the game, but were widespread for the whole 4 quarters?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I think every coach would have the same message on grand final day. Just about the intensity, the sides that pressure and bring that intensity for 4 quarters. And we probably feel like there might be some opportunities in the game to get some good looks ahead of the ball. I really like their midfield. We've got to make sure we got plan A, plan B, plan C for their midfield. They've got a really strong ruck. A little Lowson, dangerous forward. We've got to make sure we've got the matchups right for him. I really like Fox. He's a big key target for them. Josh Walker will do that role. And I really like Weatherall too. He's that sort of mobile, rangy sort of forward that goes in the ruck. And but like I said to my boys, that grand finals, the preparation has been great, and now we've just got 100 minutes to execute it. We've got to make sure that we have that poise and composure when it really matters. And we saw, last week when Brisbane beat the Giants, all of a sudden. It's Danaher who takes 2 marks, kicks 2 goals with a minute to go. We just need our players to own those moments as well. So hopefully
it's every second that counts, isn't it? Every second counts.
And I think every coach I've asked this week, give me some advice.
Who gave you the best bit of advice?
Well, they're all the same, and that was shop early. That was everyone said shop early.
That's a Charlie Sutton thing. Back with the Bulldogs, shop early, avoid the rush. But is there one mentor that you've lent on? I mean, you've sat in a lot of coaches' boxes, particularly on this AFL Grand Final Day. Grand Final Day, they're all there for the ultimate prize. Is there something that you're going to take out of what you've experienced previously and hope to utilise today to get that extra experience, but also to try and get that extended advantage? It's
a good question. I think every coach has their own style, their own methods, and I think as coaches, we're the sum of all of our own experiences. I think what I've tried to do, and I know most coaches are the same, is just ensure that the belief is there. Like, I don't want them to run out today and think we're actually not good enough. So we've definitely got the belief. Now we've just got to execute. But yeah, and I think probably the message that I received most this week about the shop early, but also was to stay poised and composed. I've went to a couple of local grand finals in the last few weeks. Where players are getting sent off, and I just grabbed Kane Turner there and I said, mate, don't get sent off today.
No.
He's been sent off twice this year in big games because of his tackling intensity. It actually spills over. So you've got to be aggressive. You've got to be first at the footy, but you've also too got to have that calmness and poise to be able to control the game.
Brenton, congratulations for making it this far. Envious of where you're sitting today, to be honest. But look, my question is, obviously you've been at AFL level and then you've come to community level. How have you found the transition, and how have you found being at Balwyn?
Yeah, I love it. It's the same in so many regards and different in so many others as well. I mean, I love the community aspect of both teams coming together after the game and sharing a beer, and I just think the quality. I probably wasn't aware of how much talent is back in this comp, and I knew what I was getting myself in for. But I've just really enjoyed seeing so many young players improve and you know, we've come up against some really good players, even today, you know, like James Bello's a star. We have to have, you know, a plan for him. Spoke about Lawson, you know, Preston's a good player. Like there's every side's got half a dozen absolute jets, you know, so it's probably wrapping my head around those. Like I think you've got to shut down the key players for the opposition, but also too, I've just tried to make sure that our club environment is enjoyable. Is every time the players come to the club that they learn, but they're smiling and they're happy and then they're enjoying their footy. So
yeah, it's something externally that I've noticed when I chatted to fewer players when we played against you that they just seem to have a belief in themselves in the last couple of years since you've been taken over. Is that one of your strongest messages, do you think?
Maybe. I watched the production that the Eastern Footy League put out yesterday. I know they interviewed Charlie and Balwyn, who were asked about my style, and they thought that my strength was with the younger players, that I give them the belief. So I do have a default. I love playing the young kids because I think they're going to always give you like energy and effort. So maybe that's probably the area that at Balwyn now we've been a club over a long time that have been experienced and older, and we've sort of, you know, cherry-picked guys from different places. But I think probably my philosophy is a bit more to build from the bottom up, and which is what East Ringwood do. It's what Vermont do really well, is build up through their junior program. So we've certainly got to get better at that.
Just on your midfield battle, I think it's pretty critical. I reckon. Watched the game 2 weeks ago against East Ringwood, and you had sent an extra one in, like Turner started as a half forward and played as a midfielder. Is that the plan of attack today, and how do you think you're going to use it going forward? A
little bit of both, yeah. We've sort of got two options, I think. And as I said, I really rate their midfield, but I love ours as well. You know, when you've got Noah Lever, Urban, Bowen Smith, and Kane Turner. You know, little Josh Sicker can get in there at times. Tom Wilson off the wing. So we have got some depth that we can roll through there, but. Yeah, I think sometimes we go better with that extra number just around the contest than just surge it forward and hunt. And other times we actually go better when we sort of thin it out. If we feel like we're getting on top, we can thin it out and then look for opportunities to sort of get the ball forward.
Finally, Brent, one of the more important things that I look for is leadership. And Charlie Haley, I affectionately call him the Toby Green of the Eastern Football Netball League. And the thing is, his effect on the playing group, it's a different style than what you probably would be normal to with a normal captain. It seems like to me that really rubs off on this group. You must be really happy with the way that Charlie has really matured into a good leader, and it's been a big rise from where he's come from. Yeah,
no, you're right. It's a good point. When I first came to the club, you know, I heard about the mystique of you know, Charlie in the competition and the way that he rubs up the opposition coaches and the coaches box and interchange. He kicks a goal and he points to the opposition crowd, and he really does play on the edge, which can spill over and have a negative impact on himself and his teammates. But I think you're right. Since he's become captain this year, he's really knuckled down. He's a fantastic on-field leader, but he definitely does galvanise the group, and we need him to play well today. That's an understatement. But also too, he might not get the best matchup today. There might be some other boys in that forward line that get some really good looks. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised today if Charlie kicks maybe one or two, but one of our other boys pop up.
I really don't see how this game could possibly be a real blowout. I mean, because you look at, there hasn't been any more than 3 to 5 goals between the two sides for most of the season, and it seems like to me that it's really only come down to 10-15 minutes of football per quarter for either side. So it almost seems like to me that whoever can get on top early and get some ascendancy and put some scoreboard pressure on probably can dictate the terms of the clash this afternoon.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's no way this game's going to be a blowout unless there's injuries or, you know, something happens. But yeah, these are two good sides. I think it'll be a great game of footy. It'll be scrappy. I don't think it's going to be high scoring. You know, the way that they play, they like to kick long down the line, good contest method, speed up off that. Reminds me a little bit of watching Richmond play when they're winning those premierships. So yeah, I think we've got to be ready for that, but also to try and play our game as well. Both teams have got to hit the scoreboard, and fingers crossed it's us that just inches across the line first.
What Brent, would it mean, just really quick, Brash, what would it mean to win this premiership for yourself and be the coach of the Balwyn Football Club, winning another premiership?
Oh, gee, no, I've been thinking about it a lot. You know, this week I've been nervous all week. The players wouldn't have seen that, but yeah, it's just probably more the anxiety around around just everything going okay, like everything going well. And I'd love it if this was just two teams that with no setbacks during the game. If we can just get two teams really hitting it out. But yeah, it mean the world to me. But as you know, boys, it would mean more to the volunteers and those people that have been around the club for a long time. It's been I think 8 years since Balwyn won a premiership, and I know our boys are pretty keen today.
Well, Brenton, thank you very much for giving up your time today, but not only today, but throughout the season when we've had EFNL game day at Balwyn. Good luck this afternoon, and hopefully 4:45, you may be holding up a Premiership Cup.
I hope so, boys. Thank you.
Good stuff, Senna.
Have a good call.
There we have it. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The coach of the Balwyn Football Club, Brenton Sanderson. Always good with your time. Gentlemen, we're going to take a break, and then when we come back, we'll start going through this game yet again and see if we can identify some matchups. You're listening to EFNL Game Day. This is the Grand Final 2024. It's Balwyn versus East Ringwood.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, well, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. EFNL Game Day, the grand final edition of 2024 in Premier Division. It's Balwyn versus East Ringwood. We've just spoken to the coaches and they've given us some really good oil. Just joining us is fellow EFNL commentator Ray Baird. Ray, welcome to the broadcast this afternoon.
Yeah, thanks, Brash. Thanks for having me on, guys. Yeah, I listened to a bit of the coaches there. Very interesting. It's great how our coaches now spider open up a bit, don't they?
Absolutely. I think that's the best thing about talking to the coaches. They're prepared to give us a real good insight and paint the picture and lift the curtain up and really give us that view of what they're thinking before these big games and take us into the team meetings and give us that really insightful view of how they think the game perhaps might unfold. And I think that's been the big thing about the coaches. We want to hear from them, we want to speak to them. And I think people just love to be able to get that insight and be able to, then when they walk out to the huddle at quarter time or 3/4 time, they get an understanding of what is actually going on.
And Spider, we go back a bit. I'm
do.
not going to name them, but I can remember 2 coaches who wouldn't come and give you an interview, wouldn't tell you anything, but we won't name them.
Oh, I could probably name a few more than that, but there's quite a few. But look, I just think now that the openness with all our coaches and even with Adam when he's been coach of Vermont, the time that they give before games, after games, the access we get at quarter time and 3/4 time and half time is really important for the fabric of the competition because people want to hear from them. They want to speak and get the understanding about local community football because the players do a wonderful job out on the field and we just want to get that coaching education when it's and they're vital tools to learn about the game.
Adam, just on that, with social media and all that the way it is, and you've just finished your coaching stint there, do you find that now the general supporters, they're all coaches, they want to tell you what you should be doing?
Everyone's a selector.
Not at Vermont.
Come on, it happens.
Our supporters are great, our volunteers are fantastic. I don't think so. I think I think the committee at Vermont, I can only speak on behalf of Vermont, I've been there for 10 years, so I don't know about other clubs, but we know that there's a selection in particular, and that's 4 or 5 people, and that's their role, and other people might have their opinion, and that's fine, but you got to stay united in that room is really important. I found it really interesting just talking about what the coaches spoke about. Brendan was talking about how East Ringwood's a long down the line contest side, and then Ben was actually saying throughout the week we're trying to make the adjustment to actually score more, to actually shift the footy. So that'll be a really interesting battle to see how that plays out.
Ray, Spider, Adam and myself have already had our own early thoughts. What are your early thoughts on how this contest may pan out this afternoon?
Well, I think it's going to be the battle of the midfield. I think that's where the game's there, to be won and that. But I look at the Chandler medalist, James Belo, though. My take on him is that as the game goes on, he gets better in the game. So he's usually fairly quiet in the first quarter or so, but then he builds and builds and builds. But the influx of midfields that Sanderson brought in against Roval a couple of weeks ago, that's been an outstanding move. I think that I am picking Balwyn actually, and I think where they can catch East Ringwood out is if they got the tall forward line down there, Balwyn, and can get control of that. I think that they could, in height, they could catch the back of East Ringwood, out there. The way Sydney did last night, I think that the separation of the 3 big players Sydney did last night, if they can do that instead of having guys in a marking contest against their own teammates, that's going to be a key to the game.
Adam, the better matchup, is it Belo, Bowen Smith or Belo, Alex Urban? Who do you reckon, which one of the Balwyn guys does Belo have to go with?
Yeah, I reckon Bowen Smith. I reckon Bowen Smith's a real hard player, and I reckon the conditions out there, especially in the middle, it's pretty sloppy. So I would put Bowen Smith to him. I reckon Bowen Smith's an incredible player. I reckon, and he's tough and he tackles well. James Belo's extremely physical. He's a big midfielder, and people, I don't reckon, talk about that enough. He's big and strong.
He's physical too.
And he can do a lot of things. But I think Bowen's probably the best matchup. I reckon Swissbolek will hit to Belo a fair bit. He's normally the first possession type player, and I think that suits Bowen Smith. And I think Urban can just go and do his own thing. He's a really good player. I reckon he runs around and he gets his 30 and kicks a few goals. Yeah. So I would try and release Urban more so than Bowen Smith. I reckon Bowen Smith's probably the man for me.
Spider, the loss of Jackson Wetherell for East Ringwood. I know he hasn't played for a couple of weeks, but he was prominent mostly throughout the season. Will they miss? Do you think East Ringwood will miss his presence this afternoon?
They'll certainly miss his presence, that's for sure. I mean, but they still have the capacity in other areas to compensate for that. I mean, we know how deep that they bat right throughout their midfield. We know defensively they're strong. So they've got a number of players that can step up to the plate and fill that role. I mean, we know when they've got the ball in hand, they've got so many players that can do damage with it. So I think for them, they can really turn that into an advantage for them. We know that forward of the ball, they're going to get some really good looks. If they continue that forward pressure, we know that Waitman and Kinsella and all those sort of players like to pressure. We know through their midfield, obviously we've just spoken about both James and Dylan Belo. We've spoken about all these players, but now it's a real opportunity for them to go to work on that. Preston's had a really big final series to date so far. I've actually tipped him for the best on ground in my predictions, but I just think that he holds a real key to the game today. I just think that right across the board they bat so deep, but they're so even as well. They've been, probably the best performed team across the whole of the year. So that's going to be the challenge for Balwyn today, to be able to shut them down throughout the 4 quarters.
Adam, the 2 key forwards, you got Haley for Balwyn And you've got Lowson for East Ringwood now, with Ben basically saying they tried that 2 weeks ago to try and isolate Lowson and make him the focal point.
Yep.
Seems like that they may not go that way this afternoon and allow Sam to play a more role that suits him without being the star attraction?
Yeah, I think more what he was alluding to was that they just didn't want to bomb it on his head. I think Schreiber did a really good job, and I don't know too much about Schreiber, but I was really impressed with how assertive he was with his positioning on Lowson. But Lowson still kicked 4 goals, so he still had some impact in the game that was low scoring, right? So, and Charlie Haley, I watched, and he only played the first half of the game, but he was pretty dynamic. He didn't hit the scoreboard. He was up a lot higher. And Delaney was actually playing on him. He was quite a good zone-off intercept marker. So
Tweedy?
I don't think Tweedy goes through. I think Tweedy will go to Lyle.
To Lyle. And Lyle hasn't done a lot. I mean, 1 goal really over the last couple of weeks, 30 goals for the season to date so far. Really needs to step up to the plate today.
Yeah, I think he kicked 5 the first time they beat him, though. So I think you would do no justice if you didn't put time into Lyle with the quality that he is. But
You've got to pay the respect.
I think so, but I think it's probably more about how creative Balwyn can be with ball in hand. Like Charlie Haley set up 2 goals in the first half. Although he didn't kick him himself, he was quite creative. So I reckon it's that midfield balance. If they can get creative rather than just kick straight down the line, I reckon that's where Balwyn can be dangerous going forward. But Lowson, bloody hell, he's a tough matchup. Like, he's explosive. So, the more opportunities he gets, he normally takes them.
Brash, I think at some stage during this game, you're going to find that East Ringwood will move their forward line up and leave Lowson one-on-one in the goal square.
Yep.
They usually do that at some stage of a game.
Ray, I also think too, Pollock's coming back into the side after his stint with the VFL, going to that centre-half back position. He sort of really has grown into that role that he took on last year. But I actually think Josh Walker, right, since the switch from forward to back, he seems a lot more comfortable being behind the ball.
Yeah, Walker, he's found his niche, really. I think that's definitely been a great move for them to put him down back there. But, Brash, they've also got the option that they can move him forward as well, if things aren't working out.
Yeah, Cunningham as well, who's been playing some good footy.
Yeah. I think also, too, I mean, Kane Turner's a little bit of an... Because we've watched Kane Turner with the Kangaroos, and we know what he can do. And as Brenton alluded to, he's had his moments where he's sort of lost a little bit and cost his side 15 minutes. How important, what can he bring to the table this afternoon that he probably hasn't shown us yet?
I'll jump in because I actually think he's going to play a really big role. I think if he starts half forward like he did last time, he's going to be matched up on Chris Cherney, and we know Chris Cherney's a great player, but Chris Cherney's extremely aggressive in the way he plays off half back, and he's an attacking defender. So I think those two can run around by themselves a fair bit and get a lot of footy. So I think that's dangerous, in my opinion, if that's where Turner starts. So I think you put an A-grader with an A-grader and let them go head-to-head, and it might open up the scoring a little bit more.
Yeah, when Balwyn played Roval a few weeks ago there, I liked the game of Jake Sticker. I think that he gets the football, not overly a lot, but his ball use is just outstanding. So he's one player that I think East Ringwood have got to try and cover.
Ray, the ground this afternoon, right, the midfield obviously being a turf cricket pitch, it's a little bit chopped up around the edges. Can you see the game sort of being played not as much in the midfield but along the wings a little bit, just on the periphery?
Oh, no, I think they'll go through the midfield. It's not that bad, Brash, from watching the reserves game.
You've got to go through that inside part of the ground. That's the way the East Ringwood would want to play. Balwyn might want to take them a little bit wider because they'll want to try and get the ball on the outside a bit just to try and see if they can keep that inside run out of the equation.
I also think too, probably two really, the Bennell brothers, Adam, have really, they've actually added to that midfield rotation for East Ringwood this year. Ben alluded to the fact that he felt that their midfield bats a lot deeper than most other sides. Is that something with the Bennells, they could run maybe a 9-10 man rotation?
I think he's right. I think their midfield is deeper than anyone else's. I think Balwyn probably have 4 stars and East Ringwood probably have 6 stars who go through there. The Bennell brothers are really classy players, sprinkle on the cake as people say. So I think they'll probably play more through the wing rather than inside, and that probably suits the conditions, get them on the outside and use their skills. But again, they're both pretty classy players who play at a higher level.
Yeah, they're important to them, and Jamie in particular, and he knows where the goals are too. When he gets near them, he's very reliable.
And I think we've got to watch the two Waitman boys too, because they run very short to the ground. And in these conditions, they're going to be in and under. They're going to be in and under the whole time.
Good players in these conditions, that's for sure.
I think the other one is the ruckman. I don't think we've talked about it much.
No.
Oh, this is going to be an unbelievable contest.
They're very different ruckmen too. Like East Ringwood's ruckman, he will be body first and then look to tap, whereas Chevy will try and jump over him. I haven't been out there, but if it's not very dry underfoot, then the jumping ruckman has a tough time of it in there. Yeah. So that'll be an interesting battle.
But I think also too, Anderson's also very good. He plays that old traditional followers role as well. So he's quite prepared to run the lines backwards and forwards and provide another option. Adams, like you said, he's a different type of player. He's he's at you and he wants to have an impact straight away without having that around the ground impact. That might come down to maybe really important as the game progresses, don't you think?
It probably depends on how important stoppages are. Stoppages might not be that important today. They weren't 2 weeks ago because it was so low scoring and there was lots of them. Yeah. So it's probably about more how the game actually flows on the outside. So that might be irrelevant a little bit. But I think any big game you want to win the stoppage, you get it in your front half, as both coaches have spoke about.
And you mentioned low scoring. Okay. What's going to win you this game? I think 10, maybe 11 goals is going to win you this game.
11 goals to 9, I reckon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking around the 12, 13 goals. I think if East Ringwood win this game, they could kick upwards of 13 goals. Right. That's where I'm looking at from their perspective.
Spider, they might jump to their 13, in the last 10 minutes of the game if one side gets ahead a little bit.
Yeah, that's right.
But if it's a contest right through, I think it's going to be 11 maximum.
If it's a small margin, we are looking at that potential. But I think if a team skips away, it could blow out to like a 13 goal to 10 game. Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, that's game day. EFNL pre-match done and dusted for 2024. Big thank you to you, Ray Baird, Matt Spider-Lee and Adam.
Yeah, great to be here, Brash.
You and I are sparring again at half-time. But when we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we're assembling the call team for the big Premier Division Grand Final. It's Balwyn versus East Ringwood, and it's coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1, carrying live around the world on YouTube and Facebook.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back out here to Bayswater Oval. It's grand final day in Premier Division and we are pumped. It's our favourite day of the year up here on the balcony out of Bayswater Oval, the home of the Eastern Football Netball League, and it's a huge clash today. The Balwyn Tigers taking on the East Ringwood Roos. A great job by the boys, led by Wayne Brasher on the pre-match show. Fantastic to get both coaches on and get an in-depth look at how their teams are going to go about it this afternoon. But the cast is ensemble, the commentary team is in position. My name is Ben Warren Smith, and it's great to be here today alongside, of course, the media manager of the Eastern Football Netball League, who's worked profusely hard over the last month or so, all year in fact, of course, but it just amps up a little bit. Good afternoon to you, Ryan Long.
Thank you, Ben. Well said. It's a fantastic day. This is the biggest day on the EFNL calendar. Two great games so far with Blackburn and East Ringwood playing off in the 19s and the reserves, and we've had two different clubs win, so potentially a third one if Balwyn are to get the job done today. But we've got the best two sides in Premier Division. As tight of a season it has been, we've had 6 sides playing off of those final 5 spots right up to round 18. You get into the final series, Ray, and Balwyn and East Ringwood have been outstanding to book their place in today's decider.
Oh, without a doubt, they have been the best two sides in Premier all season. You know, Balwyn got off to that fantastic start, you know, winning 10 on the trot or whatever it was. But East Ringwood, their season's just wound up and they got momentum at the right time. And as I say, the two best sides are here. The crowd's building. The rain looks like it's going to keep away, so we're in for a great day of football.
Fantastic to have you on board, old man, and it's a little bit different when you don't have that. You know, last year your side was playing in the grand final, so it just feels a little bit different. But today you come in here, and how do you see it playing out today? It's going to, hopefully a closer game than what it was last year.
Well, first of all, I asked Brash how I got to behave today because he's used to it now. But no, all in all, no, I'm just excited. You know, I love football, as you know, BWS, and you know, here for a good time.
And it's your favourite day as well, because, you know, when we've got like thousands of people out here and you swan on through the gates, it takes you about 45 minutes to get around to the commentary position with all the handshaking and baby kissing you go about.
As usual, but I snuck in over the back fence behind the club rooms.
Someone must have given you a boost, there's no doubt about that. As we welcome Wayne Brasher to the broadcast, and a fantastic pre-match led by yourself, mate, and just purely professional as always. Looking forward to today's game.
Yeah, Ben. Grand finals never get old. You never stop being excited by a grand final. And as I said, it doesn't matter whether it's Premier Division or 10th Division reserves, mate. A grand final is a grand final, and it's a game to celebrate and be part of.
Great to have the Vermont outgoing coach Adam Parker on the broadcast today in pre-match. It was great insight from him, and he'll be coming back at half-time as well.
Yes, Adam and I will be going tete-a-tete at half-time in the studio, and I'm sure Adam will have some very interesting insights after the first half progresses.
Great stuff, Brash. And of course, the number one stats man in local football, within the country, probably the world as well, is Paul Yacconi on the stats bench. How are you this day, mate? You looking forward to today's game?
Certainly am. You always look forward to a grand final, no matter what division, as Brash alluded to earlier. But, you know, we've got the two best sides in the AFNL going at it, and, you know, I'm looking forward to it.
Don't use up all your excitement today, though, mate. We've got a big grand final.
Oh, certainly right.
Got the East Ringwood side making their way onto the arena with the big Roos banner coming out, and old mate bringing that out. I'm not too sure who that is, but he got one of the biggest cheers of the day so far.
He certainly did. But how's the momentum? Winning a 2-slag.
Yeah.
You've got all the boys there who are hyped up, and you're about to run out. That must give him that. Not that you need it. It's a grand final, but just that extra added motivation knowing that your reserves have just won the flag. And it's certainly exciting times for East Ringwood. And Ben, two powerhouses of the league back on the big stage. East Ringwood's been a long time since they've been in a Premier or a Division 1 grand final back in the day. And then for Balwyn 2016 where they had that glory era.
Yeah, of course, and it's a good story, and we know the clashes this year have been fantastic as well. Like we were out at East Ringwood earlier on this year and called a great game there. A really close margin only a couple of weeks ago. This game's going to go bumper to bumper. They've got great followings, both of these football clubs, and you can see the East Ringwood side coming out now, being led by, of course, James Belo, the Chandler medalist of 2024. What an absolute champion he is, and what a night that was the other night, Ray Baird. And they're just great scenes seeing the boys run out in blue today.
Yeah, no, look, he's an absolute champion and a runaway winner in that Chandler medal too, Ryan.
Yeah, 100%. He was 11 votes clear of Anthony Brolick in second place and finished the season on fire. Brash was best on ground in the last 4 games of the season, and it's a big day for him running out onto grand final day. This is the real medal that he'll want.
Yeah, exactly. Ben actually alluded to the fact that he said he'd swap that Chandler medal for a premiership medal, and he was quite passionate about that, Ryan. I found that quite refreshing actually, and it just shows you that Skipper's lead from the front, and he certainly has proven his worth over the last 3 years. And look, if he happens to if they happen to win a premiership this afternoon, he's going to have a big say in it.
Oh, he certainly is. And I'm getting the messages that the queues to get in are massive. So
I have to mention the queue. I parked over in the pub, and I've parked illegally. I don't care. It's impossible. And the line was going back to the creek, and I had to do a little bit of Ray Baird style. Sorry, you know who I am, and have to just bypass the crowd to get in the gate there.
Mate, it's called creative parking.
Here come the Tigers.
Cheer the yellow and black. Will not give in, will always attack. Oh, that noble flag.
Actually, we're very, very lucky because this game was very much talked about on SEN on Thursday morning. The Eastern Football Netball League got some really, really good mileage out of it, and this was really this game was really talked up. I'm hoping for a crowd of around 10,000 this afternoon, and that'd be a great fillip. But look, if the weather stays true, the ground's in fairly good nick. I think we're going to be in for a really exciting game of football.
I think over the whole day you'll definitely hit that number. I know I saw a lot of red jackets leaving to party from the under-19s early today as I was coming in. But over the course of the day, there's huge numbers that come in, which is absolutely fantastic to see. And let's hope that they can get out of first gear a little bit on the gate and get people in quickly, because this game isn't too far away.
And I don't know if any of you other guys noticed, but both clubs' theme songs are to the same tune.
No, we didn't.
You did. I know it's a Sydney song, but
how come you were only bobbing along to one of them then?
That's not the reason.
Interestingly enough, Ben, they might as they go back to their own club rooms, they'll probably have it on the TV. They'll have YouTube on the TV more than likely, and they'll be watching it, just 100%. Like all the millions and millions of people around the world that'll be watching it this afternoon.
No, of course they will be, especially our mate Birdie Brash, who will be watching from Singapore as always.
Yeah, he will be.
But where's this game going to be won today, Wayne Brasher? You go in-depth in analysis right across all 5 divisions throughout the year, but Premier is your baby. How do you see it playing out today?
Well, I think Balwyn's first 10 games of the season saw them be the trendsetters. They came back to the field in a month, for a month there. They had injuries, like I said. They finally got some players back from the AFL level. They got some injured players back just the last month. They look like they're starting to play probably their best football. But I look at East Ringwood right throughout the year, and I'm looking for consistency throughout the season. And I just sort of feel that they've got a much even spread of players. I think they've got brilliance across each of their lines, and one of the key things that I take into consideration is the number of disposals to goal, and they are the most economical side, and that's why they've won so many games. When you're only averaging 14 kicks per goal, that's very, very good efficiency, whereas I think Balwyn are around that 16 or 17. I just sort of feel that in the overall scheme of things, I think East Ringwood win this game. But I tell you what, this won't be no blowout. This is going to go down to the last quarter, and I've got East Ringwood winning by about 18 points, BWS.
How do you see it, Ray?
Look, I think if this game was a home and away game, I would be picking East Ringwood. But Balwyn, to me, they just have that X factor when you mention the word finals. They're a very established finals club, and they find a way to win finals. And as you said, I think it's going to go down to the wire. But I think I'm going for Balwyn by 10 points.
Balwyn by 10 points today. Paul Yaconi, your tip for this afternoon's Premier Division Grand Final.
I'm going to go East Ringwood by about 10 points.
It's Ringwood by 10. It will ask for my tip, and I'm thinking of a really close game today. I don't know which way to go. I've been flipping the coin all week, but I'm going for a very close one, and I'm picking the Balwyn side to win by 2 points today. And I think this one, the lead might change a few times, hopefully multiple times during that last quarter. But you can see both teams coming together now right in front of the grandstand out here. All the umpires are all in position, and congratulations to all the umpires who have made today's Premier Grand Final. It's a monstrous effort across so many games on a weekend across multiple divisions. To be selected for today's main game is something they should be really proud of, and no doubt we've got the best of the best out here as well, always. You can see Dave Parker, so we know the best goal umpires out there. He'll be happy with that one. But players coming together, and we're just about to get underway for the ceremonies with Ryan Long.
Welcome to Bayswater Oval, the Eastland 2024 Premier Division C Grand Final between Balwyn and East Ringwood. We begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather and pay our respects to their elders past and present. We extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. Congratulations and the best of luck to both competing sides in today's decider. The officiating umpires for today's match are in field Jason Herman, Caleb Webb and Sam Green.
Jason Herman, another grand final. Fantastic umpire, Ray.
Jack Elfox, Brody
No comment.
and Brenton Dixon. And our goal umpires, David Parker and Cam Groom. I would now ask all who are able to be upstanding with the players and umpires for the Australian national anthem.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are young and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia
There it is, the national anthem sung by Brad Henderson's favourite person in the world, Julie Anthony.
Yes,
it always makes me remember Bradley, and no doubt he'll be tuning in today as well. And we miss him on the media team, and we hope he's going well. But it's all about today's big game now, and we'll soon be able to cross down boundary side. I know that there might be a few technical issues with our boundary riders at the moment, but I'm sure they'll be back on board pretty soon. Let's cross down boundary side to Jared Beelan, who's with Blake Tennant this afternoon, boys.
Yeah, Lee's a wizard. He's got us all sorted. So thanks very much to Lee Green, of course, behind the technical side of things. But yeah, great to be out here for the Premier Division Grand Final. It's pretty heavy underfoot here, quite muddy, quite slippery. So we'll see who that favours. There's not a breath of wind really, but the atmosphere is electric. You can cut the tension with a knife, and I'm keen to get this underway.
Your tip today, Jared?
My tip is East Ringwood by 11.
East Ringwood by 11, and a very good afternoon to the master of ceremonies himself, Blake Tennant.
Yes, thanks, BWS. And listen, all listeners here today, it's going to be a belter game of football here today. The two best sides going head to toe in today's decider game. I've tipped East Ringwood. It's on the record too, so if you're around the grounds, please check it. I picked East Ringwood to win by 13 points today. I think they've got the job done today, and we're expecting a big game. Weather's it's slowly getting better. I'm not going to jinx it today. I'm not going to do anything with the weather. Every time I do that, it starts to rain, so I won't be talking about that. But it's always a privilege to come down to Bayswater today, boys.
Great stuff. We'll be crossing down multiple times right throughout the broadcast this afternoon to Jared and of course Blake. I just saw the Premiership Cup make its way up into the grandstand with ribbons of both clubs on it. It's always exciting to see that, and all players out on the park today are ready to get their mitts all over that one.
Yeah, and I look at who could be the blue ribbon medalist this afternoon, BWS. And it's an interesting. I think it could go up. There's about 5 or 6 players, I reckon, right, that could win this medal this afternoon. I'm going to put my head on the chopping block, Ray Baird. I'm going to go with Corey Preston from East Ringwood to win the blue ribbon medal this afternoon.
Well, yesterday on Friday preview, I went with Bowen Smith for Balwyn.
Let's cross down boundary side. The toss has been thrown and won, Blake.
Yes, I forgot to see the toss. Sorry, my bad. But East Ringwood's midfield, just reviewers watching at home.
He's got 2 jobs down there.
Is Adam Swites-Bollock in the ruck there with James Belo, the Chandler medalist, and of course with Connor Waitman wearing number 2. So they're the midfield for today for East Ringwood. So there's your midfield for East Ringwood.
Great stuff there, boys. Players getting into position. I did see the toss, and it was won by East Ringwood, who are kicking down towards the Bayswater Hotel end of the ground, is the best way to say it, with the Tigers going the way of Canterbury Road down left of your radio dial, left of your screen. We hope you're going to enjoy today's broadcast. We're streaming right around the globe, YouTube and Facebook. Let's quickly cross back down.
Yeah, just a couple matchup. Big Charlie Haley is up against Damon Delaney. Of course, last time they did meet, he did keep him goalless. So there you go. So Charlie and, of course, Damon Delaney, they'll be a matchup to watch during this game.
Great stuff, Blake. The ball is held aloft. Here is Ryan Long to get us underway with the Premier Division Grand Final for 2024.
East Ringwood taking on Balwyn. Anderson to get the first tap down. In the middle here, Roos will get the clearance forward towards the half-forward line. Almost a mark taken, punch from behind the Balwyn defence. They've been a strong part of their lineup all season. James Belo, the Chandler medalist, getting a touch to it. His first touch of the Sharon this afternoon, the half-forward line for the Roos. Tap forward there this time by Swies-Bollock. Stolen by Urban, the kicking towards the middle of the ground. Roos got the numbers. A mark was dropped there by Norris, probably should have been taken. Getting into there first was Markovski. Has a bit of space and gets the handball over the top. The Roos have got some numbers. The kick was smothered. Belo running onto this one and tackled by 2 Tigers. Let's go down the boundary.
Yeah, just another key matchup. Sam Lowson is on the VFL listed player from Collingwood, Caden Schreiber. So that's another big matchup as well. Schreiber, sorry.
Back in the middle again it goes. We're going to get another ball
Boundary.
up in the first minute of this first quarter. Boundary.
And just to add to that, Josh Walker is being tailed by Josh Fox, and we've also got Jamie Bennell being tailed by Liam McDermott.
Great stuff, boys. They're working furiously down there at the moment with the ball in the arms of Chevy Anderson, the big ruckman, in the middle, just weighing up his options for Balwyn, who took on, and he took off, and he was tackled by Wetherill, who came in from the side. Which way is this going to be paid? Is it going to be 25?
He's given the 25, BWS.
He's given the 25 metre, so the big man, Chevy Anderson, will go towards a paint of 50, and he might just back himself in from here and have a ping. Silly play. I think Riley Wetherill was just convinced the umpire had called play on at that stage because he had taken quite a long time, so maybe a little bit stiff, but it'll be Anderson to have the first genuine shot on goal. He lines up now. He kicks it. It goes right towards the top of the goal square. The pack flies. The big fist over the back. That was clever by Callum and Norris through for one behind. The first on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, the first score, and it goes the way of Balwyn. They lead by that solitary point. One plays nothing.
So Chris Cherney to take the kick in as a short option in the back pocket out here at Bayswater Oval. Crowd starting to fill up. The line to get in, as we said, are starting to get quite massive as this kick towards the half back line. There's been a push in the back. It's going in the way of Balwyn. There'll be Noah Lever to take this kick. Tigers hitting the scoreboard first with one behind. Not much in it in the last game these two played in, the second semi-final.
Blood
just 3
boys.
points. As it looks like the Chandler medalist, James Belo, is coming off due to the blood rule.
Just a scratch under his right eye there, so he'll get a quick little bit of glue or sticky tape on that. He'll be straight back out.
So leave it to take the kick. Umpire gives him the all clear. About 70 out from the Balwyn goals. Lever, smart kick towards Lyle, but it overdid it and fell into the hands there of Tristan Tweedy. He's had a massive year for the Roos, crossing back from Norwood. Tweedy from the back pocket will send it right down the wing. Centre wing it goes. Punch from behind by Walker. Big tackle laid here. The numbers are around Coughlin. Coughlin's kicked forward to a pack of plays. Again, Balwyn's defence holding up quite nicely. The tackle from Pollux wraps up his opponent on the far side. And let's go down to the boundary, Jared Beanland.
Just to quickly expand on one of those matchups that I find interesting, Caden Schreiber, he likes to play off his man, intercept the ball and use his speed, while Sam Lowson, who he's playing on, you don't want to leave him alone for too long. So I'm fascinated to see how that plays out.
Thanks very much, Jared. At the bottom of the pack, we see Chris Cherney, champion player for East Ringwood. Rucks go at it. Little handball out, went towards the lever direction. Smith came in. He was quickly met by Waitman of the Connor variety. We'll have another ball up. Couple of stoppages in a row. It's sort of stuck in the mud just outside the centre square and it pokes out. There was Smith, got the quick handball away. It was to Lever, who just somehow broke the tackle of Waitman, but it was incorrect disposal, so it'll be a free kick to the Roos just outside the centre square. So Josh Waitman on the right boot. It was kicked, was smothered. It was an absolute scrambler off the boot. Really well done there by Lever to make up for his mistake just prior, and we will have another ball up.
So coming up to the 5th minute mark, just the one behind for Balwyn as they look to go forward again. Bouncing footy in towards the corridor. Running onto this first could be Bennell. Tapped in front from Balwyn. Towards the boundary line it goes. Trying to keep this one alive there. Doing very well was Delaney. He might be able to receive his own handball. Kept it in front of him. Picked up this time now by Coughlin. They go forward in the direction of Lowson. Drop the mark. And all the numbers here for the Balwyn. Cunningham got it off to Anderson. And they're going to link up again through McDermott. McDermott streamed towards the wing. That kick bouncing towards the boundary line. And out it goes, and there'll be a boundary throw on that far side.
Balwyn have been very good, just haven't given the East Ringwood any free football at the moment.
I think both half-back lines are on top early.
And Lowson, a big opportunity there to drop the mark as we go to the stats centre with Paul Uconi.
Yeah, good tackling, good pressure by both sides so far in this one. The tackles are 6-3 the way of Balwyn.
Anderson got his kick forward, bouncing ball over the top, looking for Lamont. East Ringwood with some numbers to clear this one out. The kick was smothered on the far side. They try and keep this alive, but it's out of bounds, and we'll get another boundary throw in. Coming up to the 5.5 minute mark of this first term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's one behind Balwyn, East Ringwood, no score.
Bit of an arm wrestle early, but we expect that. Not a breath of wind out there, as we've heard from our boundary riders, as the ball gets knocked on. Look into the direction of Lever. Came in from the side. Was Lever again of the Toby variety. So the two Lever boys, lots of brothers out there today. You'll hear the surname multiple times, and link-ups, no doubt. Big crowd building on that other side. I don't know how a couple of those cars got in. They've got the position A. There's no doubt about that. As the kick goes forward, getting underneath it though, taking a strong mark was Cal Norris. Centre half back. Short passes on, Cherney. He's had a bit of it early, Cherney. Swings around and wastes no time. He had a teammate in Bennell all by himself on the opposite wing, but that was ignored. He kicked into the middle, was picked up by Ridd. He had good skills just to hold the ball in the tough contest, but a skew F kick goes straight back down the throat of Norris, who took off, got himself in a little bit of danger, then had to poke it into the middle on the left foot, and he's let himself down again as charging through there was Ridd. Got the kick inside forward 50. Is it going to sit up for Haley? He got one bite on it at the fall of the ball. Belo was there. This time it was Dylan. He hit the deck. A strong tackle there by Markovsky, and we will have a ball up just inside the 50 for Balwyn. Go to Paul Uconi.
The clearances are so far a 3-1 the way of Balwyn.
Been a holding free kick, and it is going in the direction of Balwyn. So taking the kick here will be Jordan Lyle. And he'll be kicking from just outside the paint.
East Ringwood, they're missing their targets a lot so far.
Exactly what I was going to say then, Ray. You beat me to the punch.
Yeah, they certainly have. There's Lyle, who no stranger to big games. He'll be kicking. He'll decide to pass it off. He's got players out. Bowen Smith by himself.
Poor marking there.
That was poor marking from the East Ringwood defence. He had Bowen Smith. Also had Sticker there. They had plenty of options. And even Haley right now is calling out for it in the pocket. But Bowen Smith will have a set shot. We're right behind this one for the first goal in the grand final.
And that's James Belo, a direct opponent there.
So Smith's kick into the man on the mark. He finds it anyway, puts it on the right boot. He'll kick it this time. First goal in the grand final. And what a way to do it, Bowen Smith. Balwyn 117, East Ringwood, no score.
Very lucky to get out of jail then, Bowen Smith. But I tell you what, boys, I'm in the medal best on ground today because I picked him. It's early.
He's already claiming it.
So you want the siren to blow now, right?
Yeah.
Boundary.
Not all about you, Ray, as we cross down boundary side.
So we've had an interesting observation made by our teammate down here, Chris Curtis. He's noticed the East Ringwood assistant coach has a walkie-talkie. Ben Osborne is in a coaching box today, and he's got a direct line down to his bench with the walkie-talkie.
Yeah, I like that. Good work as Smith got the knockdown, and they've worked themselves forward again. Turner on the right boot, goes inside forward, 50. Good, strong tackle there by Norris. He's been everything for East Ringwood at the moment, wrapping up Lamotte. And we will have a ball up 45 metres out from the Tiger goals. Currently leading this game by 7 points. They've done all the scoring. Little pirouette by Farmer. Tried to barge his way through. Almost could have got pinked holding the ball. He has. So Mitch Farmer brought to ground by Lamotte. And Lamotte will go back and he'll have a shot from here. He's inside the 50 and he'd be crazy not to, Brash.
Yeah, at the moment, Balwyn are really controlling that midfield, set up at the moment. They're winning all the clearances and setting up their forwards.
So will Lamotte, well, he'll no doubt try and kick it over the man on the mark and not go for that second ever. That was sensational by Bowen Smith. Let's not take anything away from that goal. He really redeemed himself on that one. Definition of redemption, but now all attention turns to Will Lamotte, who looks composed coming in. 45-degree angle, 48 metres out, and he pushes it to the left-hand side. It's just going to sit up. Is this going to stay alive in the forward pocket here? Balwyn have the numbers. Norris is in there again at the fall, and we will have a ball up 10 metres out now, only from the Balwyn goal line. Almost crossed 10 minutes here. Taken by Lyle almost out of the ruck, but it was going nowhere because Tweedy was there and he muscled himself into the situation, and we'll have another ball up.
These early stages, the pressure gauge is certainly on East Ringwood.
Tweedy pushed Lyle out of it in the contest, and the big man is going to receive a free kick, and he's only about 15 metres out. It was unnecessary. Just a slight manhandle. It was Tiggy Touchwood, to be honest, at best, but it was there. Lyle wastes no time, runs around and snaps a goal. That's 2 in the row now for the Tigers. And they're off to a fly here. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 10.5 minutes into the first term on Premier Division Grand Final day sees Balwyn out to a nice handy lead now, 2-1-13 to no score. Paul Yaconi.
Yeah, East Ringwood have been a bit on the undisciplined side so far. They've conceded 6 free kicks. The free kicks are 6-1 the way of Balwyn.
I think too, Ray, it's a classic case of it being an undersized opponent giving away a poor free kick against the bigger size.
Yeah, well, where was the bigger size ruckman? That's very bad on the East Ringwood.
That's right.
They've had the quick start in all finals games so far against Roval and East Ringwood, and they've done this again. First 2 goals of the grand final. We're going to reset again with another ball up, middle of the ground. Roos are going to win the tap out. Out there is Kane Turner, first year for the Tigers. He's caught in tackle play on his James Belo. Got the handball forward. They link up again. They go backwards to Bennell. Bennell launching it towards Lowson in the pocket. Bounced off his chest. East Ringwood still with a chance. Nice. A snap around the corner. What a finish there from Corey Preston. Roos get there first. 1 straight 6. Balwyn 2-1-13.
That'll settle the nerves for East Ringwood there. That forward 50, probably the most meaningful forward 50 in their game so far. That's a really good goal there by Preston.
He had to beat 3 opponents, and he did.
It's the answer they were looking for, as the ball had been hovering 7 or 8 minutes mostly in the Balwyn forward line. So a good transition to get the centre clearance, get it down, and get the goal. Ball back in the middle now. We'll give that knockdown to Wetherill, who's moved into the ruck at the fall of ball. There was Farmer going nowhere. We'll restart it. Alex Urban handing the ball back to the umpire eventually. So right in the middle here at Bayswater Oval. Over the top, Anderson knocked it down, but Walsh came through, but it was stolen by Lever. This way, that way, a looping handball went out towards the Wilson direction, who ducked around his opponent in Farmer, snapped it up towards centre half forward. The big fly over the back there by Tillich. It paddles out towards the Norris direction. He's got Lamott right on his hammer. Lamott did really well. He worked himself into the situation. Coming through, laying a strong tackle was Belo. Also had support there from Kinsella, who eventually works the player and ball over the boundary line. Right underneath the scoreboard, that throws a 7-point lead to the Tigers. Quick restart here. Knocked down there by Anderson. It came out. Markowski came charging through. Couldn't quite pick the ball up. Waitman got a little handball away. Going nowhere, though. Cherney brought to ground by a strong Anderson tackle, and we'll do it all again. Let's go to Paul Yaconi.
Balwyn on top of the inside 50 so far, 8-3.
So a ball up on that far side, still in the Balwyn forward 50. Waitman sees it out. Josh, of course, both Josh and Connor polled very well on Wednesday night's Chandler medal. Both have had fantastic seasons for the Roos. We get a boundary on a throw in on the far side, coming up the 14th minute mark of this first term. Tight contest so far, as we expected. Going in first was Levo, who's had an impressive start. Big tackle laid on Kinsella, and another stoppage.
I just wonder, Brash, how long they can keep this up, because both sides are just throwing everything into the contest.
Yeah, I think, the game will open up a little bit, I reckon, as the quarter progresses.
Tapping it forward there was Oakes, and laying the pressure.
But the conditions are not going to make it for real pretty open football, though.
So the ball up again inside 50 for the Tigers. We've had most of the attack so far. Here's Charlie on an impossible angle. It's just to the minor score. But if anyone was going to kick that goal, it would have been Charlie Haley. 2-2-14 ball and 1 straight 6 East Ringwood, 14.5 minutes played first term.
So, just wait for a restart here as Cherney, thumping kick all the way out to centre half back, and it was a ripper as well. They just got to probably just work themselves out here. They've struggled a bit through the middle so far, the Roos. Linking up nicely with Connor Waitman. Player running further afield in Norris, who winds up on the left. It's been East Ringwood's best player so far. Got underneath it, and Gob Leibson was there, the veteran, to take the mark for the Tigers.
They've certainly been good at turning it over, haven't they, Brush, East Ringwood?
Their disposal into their forward 50 East Ringwood leaves a lot to be desired.
Of course, Gob Leibson, a premiership player with Balwyn, got it out towards the sticker direction, who snapped it around the body, went over the top there of Oakes' head, came charging through, was Tweedy, did really well, got it on his boot inside forward 50. But nobody was home. There was numbers all with the Tigers there as Wilson takes the mark across half back. He went in towards the middle of the ground where Smith had a good link up towards the half forward line. Lamott's got space. He's running like a gazelle out there on half forward. He trapped it really well. Short passes on. Here's Charlie. Charlie boy's got it about 45 metres out. He'll have a shot for goal. There's no doubt about that.
Great play by Lamont then. He just turned his opponent inside out.
Yeah, and the one thing you will have liked even more, Ray, was the fact that he lowered his eyes.
That's right.
Charlie Haley, what a superstar he is. Captain of the ball inside, a great leader and an X-factor player, and a player you just need to stand up in these big games. And he doesn't ever disappoint either. This is a huge kick and a captain's goal if ever you've seen one. He gets underneath it, he works it back magnificently. That is exactly how you do it. And he gives a salute to the crowd. He's not shy of a celebration. He's our Charlie boy. He kicks his first, and that's Balwyn's third on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
I tell you what, off the boot, it looked like it was going to miss, didn't it? But at the last minute, it just swung back in.
Go to Blake Tennant, boundary side.
I don't know if you guys saw that, but after Charlie Haley's celebration, he poked Thomas Wilson in the eye, number 17 from Balwyn. So, and look, he's getting the trainer right now. It's not good from Tom Wilson at the moment. Hope that guy's okay. Charlie better shout him after that.
That was really good ball transition there by Balwyn off their half-back line. They transitioned it and they pushed all the East Ringwood to the other side of the ground, and they left all this side, the pavilion side, for them to exploit.
On top of this contest earlier, the Tigers 3-1. Tap down again in favour of the Tigers. A kick forward this time by Wilson. Bouncing in front of a teammate. Out towards on centre wing. Couldn't quite pick it up. Almost gave away a free there as Bennell comes in and lays the tackle alongside Exon. Ball comes out. The handball from Wetherill towards the middle of the ground. Preston can run onto this one. Handballed it over the top. They link up. Big tackle laid there by Markovski. The pressure's been great from the Tigers. Followed up by Pollux. And we'll get another stoppage with a ball up.
And that'll be the
70 out.
That'll
from
be
East
the
Ringwood
thing
goals.
Sanderson will be happy about. The number of Balwyn players around the contest trying to create a tackle or a turnover.
Stolen here from Balwyn. Journey in the middle of the ground. We'll get another stoppage again.
Got a number 4 out there for East Ringwood. Just get the boundary riders to update us on who's had a jumper switch, if you wouldn't mind. Waitman slung off at that time, and they're trying to work themselves out of this middle arena, and a good tackle there by Swizbolik. And the umpire said play on in the end. A little handball by Waitman, and all of a sudden the players stopped, but the ball kept going up towards the half-forward line. Tweedy trapped it off, though, for the Roos. Got the handball back. Now the kick goes along the wing, but it had too much purchase on it. Standing under it, Jamie Ridd takes a good mark. For minimal pressure, but had players running at him. Had a bit of it early, Jamie. Weighing up his options now, and he kicks it towards an unmarked Lyle, and he just left it for Chevy Anderson, and the two big men almost coughed it up. The umpire blew his whistle, but then the two tall timbers just all alone. You don't see that often inside the 50. Lyle trying to muscle himself out of it. Quick handball by Waitman was okay, but the kick out of that defensive zone went out of bounds on the full. It'll be a free kick to Balwyn to repel.
Boundary.
And it'll go to Ridd. Let's cross down to Blake Tennant quickly.
Yeah, BWS, that number that you were talking about, number 4, Will McRae is wearing number 4.
Thank you very much. As normally in the number 74, they've dropped the 7. He's been promoted. So Will McRae in the number 4 Guernsey today. His boundary umpire comes into play. It's about 25 metres out from the Balwyn goal line.
They look a little out of sorts at the moment, East Ringwood. They just can't find any rhythm around the ground whatsoever, Ray.
They're being pressurised, Brash.
Well, they're under pressure here as Tweedy's wrapped up in a tackle by Lever.
Every time they get the football, it's the tackling of Balwyn. Sanderson would have to be absolutely happy with that.
They certainly will, and they might be able to lock this one. Here's Bowen Smith out of the clearance, bouncing footy. Doesn't go very far. Underneath this one, it's Haley, tries to burst through a pack. Tackled by 2 Roos. And this time he's caught for holding the ball. So East Ringwood will earn themselves a free kick and a 25-metre penalty.
Don't know what that was for.
I think Charlie had a few words.
Can go back to Tweedy. Got 2 Roos there instead. Has got Belo. Belo towards the far side. They want to maintain control of the footy as they go down the line again this time. Cut off by Pollux. Pollux gets to the handball off to Ridd. And he'll go down to Sticker. Josh Sticker.
Nope.
This time wrapped up in the tackle. Roos get there first through Mitch Farmer. His first look at it today. And on that far side, the umpire says give it to me and we'll get a ball up. We've played 20 and a half minutes into this first term. It is Balwyn 3-2 to East Ringwood 1 straight 6 in this Premier Division Grand Final for 2024. And we're going to get another stoppage.
Just alluding on Balwyn's tackling pressure at the moment. They've made 20 tackles in this first quarter to 12.
Well, Anderson made his way to the front, copped one on over the shoulder. The umpire said it was a free kick, and then it was play on. The kick goes up towards the middle of the ground. Lamott was in there, and he couldn't quite trap the pill. Umpire's going to come in and ball this one up. Tweedy at the bottom there for the Roos. Just forward of centre for Balwyn. 20 plays 6. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. 98.1 Radio Eastern is streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook today. Huge numbers watching as Chevy Anderson got the handball out wide, but Lever couldn't break the tackle, and the umpire said, well, you didn't try hard enough, and it'll be a free kick to East Ringwood as Cherney took it, but that kick was smothered. He was under pressure, went for redemption. The second handball went out towards the Benell direction, got it back to Cherney, 3 times a charm. Inside forward 50, he goes. He was looking for McRae direction. He might get the handball received now. It's in the forward pocket, a genuine chance, and shot on goal there by East Ringwood, and through
Sam
it goes.
Wilson.
But Watson was his first of the day. You can see the 2-finger salute there by Big Dave Parker, and they just inch closer, and a timely goal that was, Wayne Brasher. 8 points the margin.
Yeah, Sam Lowson just just showed what class he has, and steadied and kicked a goal, a much-needed goal for East Ringwood. And they actually, Ray, had to make something out of nothing then.
Well, yeah, they got something out of nothing, but you give him half a chance, Lowson, and he's going to hit the scoreboard.
The Premier Grand Final number 44 for Dave Parker. Does
Yep.
it every season. Best in the business. Tapped down by Anderson. Here's Urban. Wrapped up in a tackle by Waitman. Boundary with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, so James Belo's just drifting a bit as a high half forward. He's in the middle now, but he's been doing that the last two stoppages in play.
Again, we're going to get another ball up. 22 and a half minutes gone, and the umpires let this play on a little bit.
Yep. I'm okay with
the
that.
Ball came out of that pack, and still the same result.
Everybody
just a minute
stopped,
later.
didn't they?
Well, everyone
Everybody
did.
stopped, and all of a sudden they started again.
I guess there was no whistle, so tap down again. Here's James Belo trying to burst through a pack, and he's wrapped up. Urban had his left arm, wasn't going anywhere. So we're still in the middle of the ground. As Swizbalek tried to get something going forward, but the kick went into the back of Kane Turner. This time, through Cherney, the experienced veteran, towards the far side. Bouncing in front of Cunningham. Bennell's there, slipped over at the wrong time. Picked up by Turner. Turner on the right boot forward towards a teammate there on the far side, but over and out. So another boundary throw in. 23 and a half minutes gone first term. Balwyn 3-2-20. East Ringwood 2 straight 12. Thanks for joining us. Radio Eastern 98.1 FM. We're on our Facebook and YouTube.
I would say this is one of the biggest grand final crowds for a long time, BWS.
Yeah, and like the weather's been kind, and there's been some really good clubs come through and play in the earlier games, and it's great to see, isn't it, Ray? As the knock comes down, little handball out wide there by Preston was okay. They're going backwards to go forwards. Bennell with the peroxide head goes up towards the half-forward line, but chopped off. And they've got numbers here. Balwyn, if they want to, use them in the middle of the ground. It goes up, and the kick was a shocker, and Bennell takes it, switches it in towards the middle. That was good. Mark has been taken by Coughlin. Just slowing things down a touch. Got Lowson goes for the lead, and he goes the direction of him and Fox. Big knock over the top there by Anderson. Come down to Lowson. Can he kick two? Absolute rippers within a couple of minutes. He cannot. He pushed it to the right-hand side. Minor score is the result. That's their first blemish today. The East Ringwood side 2-1-13 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, trailing to 3-2-20 the Balwyn side.
Just over the last 2 or 3 minutes, East Ringwood are settled and then starting to win some more 50-50 contests.
So the kick in here from Cunningham went one way and went the other. Got past Belo and sends it back towards that far side. The big fella standing underneath Easton Swizbalek, but couldn't quite bring it down. And Balwyn were able to make the most of it. They go towards the half-forward line, punched over the top. Here's Charlie. Charlie will run onto this one if he can pick it up nicely. Sits well for him. Gets past the tackle. Will have a shot on goal if he chooses. Charlie, the great showman, is touched on the line. And that would have brought down the house. 3-3-21 Balwyn, 2-1-13 East Ringwood. We played 25 minutes first quarter.
His teammate on the line there, he tried to do the right thing by shepherding it through, but he just couldn't quite keep the opponent out.
Boundary.
Goes down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Just giving credit where credit's due. That was Sam Walsh there, and that was an excellent spoil.
Kick by Cherney from the stoppage, went out wide, bouncing all the way. It might even go out in the end, but it didn't. Waitman was there, got the little handball away, and now the Roos have made their way up towards the half-forward line where Lowson was there, but getting underneath Schreiber, took a ripping mark on the left, waste no time, found Ridd in the middle, this way, that way, then darts through the middle, kicks it back up towards the half-forward line. This is good play, looking for Lamotte, but Lyle was there, took a ripping mark on the second bite, the big man. He started lively, Lyle. Comes in now on the right boot. He's going to kick it in towards the forward pocket. He was looking for Haley. He led way too deep, then gave Norris a lot of time to come back and cause the spoil as she goes for a boundary throw in.
Maybe been a little bit Haley conscious in the last 5 minutes or so. There are other options up there.
26 crossover in this first term, and it's just an 8-point lead. Expected it to be close all day. There is no wind advantage. We've heard that from the guys in the best seat in the house and the ruck contest. I think Tweedy's going to win this one this time.
Boundary.
And it's going the way of Balwyn again. Lamotte's the recipient, so Tweedy's giving away another free kick in the ruck contest. And it'll be a shot on the siren from Balwyn. Let's cross down boundary side quickly.
Yeah, you were right on that part, Ray. You had Nathan Oakes free, but I guess it doesn't matter now. Balwyn's having a shot at goal.
So Will Lamotte had a shot from this range earlier on in the term. Almost identical position, so he knows what he has to do. He's getting a bit of advice from behind in the pointed direction. He's going to come in.
Don't deviate. Whatever you do, go straight.
Well, he has to. It will be called play on by the umpire, and it will be no score. Lamont crosses the 50, comes in now. He kicks a sausage roll. Helicopter punt! Which just floated and wafted and popped it, and it got touched just before it went through for one behind. So not the greatest of kicks, not the greatest of endings to a first term, but it was a cracker and exactly what we expected. Hard quality football by both sides out here. Bendigo Bank scoreboard shows a quarter time. The Balwyn Tigers 3-4-22. They lead by 9 points over East Ringwood, who are 2-1-13. The goal kickers are Jordan Lyle, Charlie Haley and Bowen Smith for the Tigers, while Sam Lowson and Corey Preston both kicking majors for the first term for the Roos. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today. It's Premier Division Grand Final day in the Eastern Football Netball League. We're one quarter down. There's only 3 quarters to go for the season. Can you believe it? We'll be back right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back out to Bayswater Oval. It's Premier Division Grand Final day. Balwyn taking on East Ringwood. It's the Tigers by 9 points at quarter time. Gentlemen, it was a hard first quarter, and that certainly points go to Balwyn in that one.
Oh, well, it was a quarter of 2 halves, really. In the first half, it was all Balwyn, but just towards the end, the last 5 minutes or so, East Ringwood seemed to take control a bit more, but it's a great grand final first quarter.
Yeah, look, I also feel too that Balwyn just showed a little bit more poise and composure when they moved the ball out of their back 50. They stretched East Ringwood to the far side of the ground and were able to expose them a little bit for leg speed. And I just felt that Balwyn worked a lot harder in their forward 50 to try and generate some scoring opportunities. East Ringwood have been a little bit opportunistic, but I think in the overall scheme of things, if Sanderson would be happy with a 9-point lead at quarter time.
And Ben Osborne, he wouldn't be very happy with the amount of turnovers that his side did. They just kicked it to the ball when opposition players once it went into their forward.
Huge numbers out at both team huddles. You don't see this very often. Now, I'll tell you what, if you're standing in the back of these, they're like 20 deep.
You're not hearing anything.
You're not hearing anything. You're there for moral support, but looking forward to seeing what our boundary riders have manufactured themselves. And let's cross down quickly, boundary side.
Gentlemen, I've got Ben Osborne, coach of East Ringwood here. Mate, what was the message at quarter time? It was you guys needed to settle into it a bit.
Yeah, look at the boys, a little bit gun-shy it looked like, but they just dominated us around the footy. We need to adjust a few things there to get, every time we're going forward, we're looking dangerous. Like 3 scoring shots from 6 entries gives us some hope and some excitement. So we just got to get some more ball going inside 50 and hold up and just relax a little bit with ball in hand. I reckon we're panicking a little bit, but that's a grand final. So, we just adjust.
And how are you finding the coach's box up there? Is that helping?
Yeah, it is. It's good. It's good to be up there. I haven't broken anything yet.
Good to know. Good luck.
Thanks very much to Jared. Up close and personal with Ben Osborne. It's great camera work as well as we cross down boundary side to hear what Sando had to say at the Tiger huddle. Thanks, Blake.
Yeah, just listening to what Sando had to say as well. Just he was very happy with the pressure and the hunt that the Balwyn boys had, and he just wanted to just go back to the basics as well. When the ball's not in their hands, just make sure their structures are getting up well, because he felt like that was lacking a little bit. But all in all, he just said that's just one quarter. Just take a breath, because there's another 3 to come. So he's very positive down there at the Balwyn camp, boys.
Cool, calm and collected, and as always is Brendan Sanderson. But how do we see this second quarter panning out, Brash?
Well, I think East Ringwood are going to have to be a little bit more assertive and a bit more aggressive in this quarter. I think they need to start splitting 50-50 in the centre clearances, because they're not getting the ball going their way with the first possession. I think at the moment that they've got to try and find a way. Their forwards are going to have to work a lot harder to keep the ball in the inside 50 to create some scoring opportunities, because Balwyn are running that ball out of their back 50 at will.
I would like to see East Ringwood, when they have the ball, look for a short option. Don't always just bomb the ball down and turn it over.
You're too far away, Ray.
Well, the Balwyn fans aren't as efficient as their footy team, taking their sweet time getting off. But we've eventually got all patrons off the arena, because the players have been in position for about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes now, ready to go. The second term about to get underway. It's Balwyn by 9 points. Here's Ryan Long.
Second quarter action now at Bayswater Oval. Balwyn, as we said, with the 9-point lead. Doing nicely here. Urban wrapped up by 2. Roos. We'll get another ball up. Back in the middle of the ground here. Thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Let us know where you're listening in from or watching today. Tap forward by Turner. We're going to get a lot of stoppages this afternoon. The last time these two sides played was the second semi-final. Here's Swizbalek out of the middle. Got on the left boot forward towards a teammate, but it's cut off this time by Cunningham. Got past a Roo and went down the line, and they had the numbers. It was a 2-on-1 contest. One of those numbers was Sticker. Sticker plays on immediately. Has Lever in the corridor. Finds him. And they move this ball well in the direction of Charlie Haley. It's going to overdo him. Out the back is Jordan Lyle, and well defended. And it's punched over the line. And we'll get a boundary throw in, but inside the Balwyn attacking half.
Not the kick that you would kick to Charlie Haley, one-on-one high contest like that. Put it out in front of him. Let him run onto it and turn his opponent inside out.
Damon Delaney with that huge task this afternoon as the umpire threw it in. It was picked up nicely there by Belo. He kicked it up towards the wing position. 2-on-2 situation. It scoots out the back. This might work out okay here for Bennell, who just ran into traffic, and he got coughed it up as well. Holding the ball is the result. Free kick going the way of Jamie Ridd, who's having a super game for Balwyn. Found Cunningham in the middle, who's run up from inside the defensive arc and loves to swing around on that left boot, and he does just that now. The kick was perfect for Sticker, who dropped what he should have taken but had enough poise to get up and get on with it. The kick goes inside forward 50. It was a mark being taken. It's been paid, and it'll be a shot on goal for the Tigers about 50 metres out.
Yeah, there was a bit of infringement there on Tillig.
Yep.
And the free kick was there. It was over the shoulder.
Big Jack Tillig, who was relatively quiet in that first term, but it's all about creating the opportunities when you're presented with them. And he had the front spot, and it was a strong mark too. So he'll kick from directly in front. gets very close to the man on the mark. He almost poked at it in the end, and he pushed it to the right-hand side. Didn't quite kick through the ball, signalled through for one behind, and they get the first score of this second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They stretch their lead to 10 points now as the kick goes out, and Delaney takes it in the back pocket.
Here's Delaney. He's got another short option, and it's cut off this time again by Balwyn. And they've been very nice. They've done that very nicely today, and that was Toby Lever this time who was cutting that one off, Brash.
They just can't hit a target in their back 50 at the moment, East Ringwood, and they keep turning the ball over.
They've struggled with that so far. The ball to be brought back into play. Swiftleblack, who's been good so far, got the tap down. Another ball up right on the broadcast side in front of the crowd. That's really starting to fill up now. The Tigers again through Lever. Quick handball to Urban, who was standing still but did well to get rid of it. Mark out the back, couldn't quite take it. Could Tillig. Had a fair chunk of it. Couldn't quite bring it down, but again, they move forward, back in their forward half. And they just keep giving themselves the opportunities. Tap down from Tweedy this time. Picked up by Charlie. Got the handballs off to Urban. Urban dribbling kick towards Sticker. Sticker lost it. Delaney got it to Tweedy, and Tweedy looks to escape their back half. The kick is a turnover into the hands of Pollux.
So Pollux in the middle of the ground he goes, and why wouldn't you? Because he's got a teammate there in Wilson who darted this way, darted that way. Sloppy kick goes inside forward 50, but they've still got the numbers. Snap around the body by Oakes, goes all the way through for one behind. Chance gone begging. They're peppering the goals early in this second term. Lead stretches to 11, Raybed.
They look very sloppy, East Ringwood. They just don't, as though they're not switched on at the moment.
So Chris Cherney, general, waste no time either. A smooth kick goes to Waitman at centre half back. So this is Josh Waitman. He's going direct again. Swizbalek in the middle of the ground. The big man going back to Waitman now. And now they're off a little bit. The kick goes out wide, and it was a good one too because Walsh had a bit of space. He's got a teammate, Kinsella, over the top. The handball wasn't crash hot, but he did all right. Kinsella, short pass was on. Well, that was really clever play because he was under a lot of pressure. The mark was taken by Waitman, who goes into the pocket. It was a risky kick looking
Boundary.
for McRae. It was a silly option, in fact, as it goes over the boundary line and out. Let's cross down boundary side.
And that plays straight into what Ben Osborne was saying at quarter time. They were doing so well during that passage of play, and then one moment of panic, and it cost them a shot at goal.
Should have went back for the set shot.
So the boundary throw, and it is still in East Ringwood's attacking half, so they're a big chance. Farmer has Turner riding his back, and we'll get a ball up, a stoppage inside 50. We've played now 5 minutes into this second term. No goals have been kicked. It's Balwyn 3-6-24 to East Ringwood 2-1-13.
So they're giving Lowson a spell on the ball at the moment here.
So
tackles so far. Sorry, Ryan. Tackles so far 4-3 the way of Balwyn.
So they've been able to clear this out. Lyle got the handball in the middle of the ground, and they've done this nicely. Here's Lamott, tackled by Tweedy, and we'll get a ball up right in front of the Eastland logo. Proud sponsor, proud partner of the Eastern Football Netball League. Major sponsors. The tap down from Swizbalek. Got it to Urban. Urban again, who's been good. Got the handball away to Turner, to Bowen Smith. Bowen Smith towards the half-forward line. Tweedy will run onto this first. Will let it roll out of bounds. It's another boundary throw-in.
It's a clever kick by Smith then. It was a low percentage to hit the target, so he just poked it towards, gained a valuable 30 metres or so. And these days in the AFL, they give that deliberate.
And he did lower his eyes. He could have just bombed it to the goal square and nothing happened.
Came down Cherney, got the quick handball away. Running through traffic there was Waitman. Got the handball over the top. This is good play by Farmer. Through the guts he goes now. The kick up towards centre half forward. It was sitting there for Lowson. He picked up the ball. He has to break the tackle. Get away with it. You're Gonski. Absolutely Gonski. It took a long time for the umpire to eventually pay that, but it had to be. Great tackle there by Caden Schreiber, who's got Rid out wide if he wants to use them. They do have the spare player, and the kick will go towards the McDermott direction now. Goes up towards Lamott, who comes out.
She's having a sort of game here, Lamott.
Yeah. Isn't he what? And isn't he Mott? As it kicks up towards inside forward 50, it's a floating kick drifting back there was Swizbalek. Couldn't quite take the mark, the big man, but he went after it again at ground level. Fantastic play. And we will have a ball up 35 metres out from the Balwyn goal line. Quick restarts. Really enjoying the umpiring so far in this game. It's been fantastic as Lamont tried to steal it, but short passes on. Looking out there for Kinsella. Couldn't take the mark. He went after it again to lay the tackle on his opponent in Lever, and we'll have a ball up.
First Prem Grand Final without a Beard or a Sully for a while, I'd have to say. Ball up outside, forward 50 here for the Tigers. Lever was brought down in the tackle, and we'll do it all again.
Changing of the guard, they call that.
I was going to say there is a Beard on the boundary with Jared, but BWS might end up calling him
So
Black Martin.
inside 50 they go, and the mark is taken on the chest. And having a set shot, Nathan Oakes can line up for the Tigers' fourth and their first of this second quarter.
They seem to have all the answers at the moment, Ray. East Ringwood can't impose any sort of physical or mental pressure on Balwyn at the moment, and it's telling in their on-field play.
They're probably frustrated, Brash, because, this is not the situation that they're
He's had an
in.
incredible start to the season, and he's finished it nicely here as Oakes. He gets his first. And the Tigers move to 4-6-30. East Ringwood 2-1-13. We played 8 minutes into this second quarter, but Tigers certainly on top here.
I'm going to be interested in Adams Parker's comments at halftime on what he thinks that East Ringwood can do to get back in this game.
Exactly.
Yeah, the clearances at the moment are 4-3 the way of Balwyn, but the inside 50s, Balwyn lead that 6-2. I reckon personally at the moment the way Balwyn are going, they should be 3 or 4 goals in front.
So his Black got the knockdown. It came down. Lever picked it up. Stolen by Farmer. Little handball over the top. He was looking out there for Kinsella. Somehow got boot to ball. That was really good play. Inside forward 50. It was stolen by Pollux. Got the handball away. Wilson was in there. Kinsella came back in to lay the pressure. Forced a stoppage over the boundary line. She goes for a boundary throw in.
And the thing that's frustrating the life out of East Ringwood is the fact that at the moment they can't get the ball on their terms.
Yeah, the want for the football and the pressure from Balwyn is first rate at the moment, as we're just waiting an eternity for this to be thrown back in. Ends up being a pretty shallow one as well. Swizbalak got the knockdown straight into the arms of Urban, though, for the Tigers. Got the kick out. Kinsella was there to trap it on top of him. Markovsky, the umpire, will bounce it again. Good to see the Catfish back on board this week, taking photos down on the boundary. #1 photographer in the league. It'll knock over the back there by Anderson, straight in the arms of Urban, going nowhere. Waitman and co. Ready to wrap that one up. Just outside the centre square here, far side of Bayswater Oval. On the Bayswater Road side of the ground, as the umpire will come in. Let's restart this again, take 4, and let's let Ryan Wrong kickstart this one off.
As we said, we're approaching now the 10-minute mark of this second term, and there's a free kick being awarded to break this up a little bit, and it's going to Chevy Anderson. Balwyn Ruckman playing for quite some time. Very well-known name down at the Balwyn Football Club. Down the line it goes. No mark taken. Picked off here by Donnelly. Got off to Cherney. Cherney a bouncing footy forward, trying to gain some territory. Picked up this time by Lever for the Tigers. Went the handball backwards before they went forward towards the halfway line. Charlie at the back. Got it to ground level. Picked off this time by Kinsella. And they link up again through Cherney. Cherney, the kick has to be good, and this time it is. He finds Waitman by himself. Waitman plays on, goes on the right boot, and it's another turnover. And the Tigers cut this one off at half back. And they've done that quite a bit in this first half so far. Down they go towards the half-forward line. Mark at the back, Oakes. That was great. He's got a player out if he could stand up. Just couldn't. Markovsky was ready. Oakes now, he'll go in that direction. Out the back is Charlie. Charlie waiting for this one. Bouncing footy. Delaney's got to do well. So does Waitman. Charlie's done a great job with this. Got it to Markovsky. Tackle lends up in the hands now of Tweedy. Tweedy with the handball to the far side in Preston. And Preston bouncing footy. I think they'll be okay just to see this over the line because they're under the pump there.
I reckon the next 7 minutes are really important for East Ringwood. They must hold here and have some sort of parity, because if Balwyn kick another quick 2 goals heading to time on, it's going to make it really difficult for them in the second half.
Well, we've gone 12 minutes now. Swizbalak got the handball away. Waitman Went to handball, then elected to kick. He goes out towards the Lowson direction. Bounces over the top, and now he had time to pick it up. Kick the ball inside forward 50, and he's coughed it up as well. Cunningham there to chop it off. He'll switch the play quickly out to Wilson. Bouncing football, but he's got plenty of time. He'll decide to dart back and go the other way. He was getting all the Bronx cheers in the world from the East Ringwood faithful just to try and put him off, but he did not waste it. And the kick goes out now. A long kick out towards Anderson, who was underneath the Kinsella, who's working tirelessly right across the ground for East Ringwood at the moment, doing everything he can to get his side alive and kicking. They're only trailing by 17 points. The next goal is crucial, though. Can say a lot. Umpire to bring the ball back into play. So just forward of centre, favouring East Ringwood. Swiersbelek going up against Anderson. And Swiersbelek got that one, went out to Kinsella, and the big ruckman have to go after it again. A little look away handball came out to Preston, who linked up with Waitman, who goes further afield. They're kicking inside forward 50. Fox is there. He's been quiet. We've been waiting for him to get into the game, and the big man must go back and put this one through.
Yeah, real important kick here for East Ringwood. They've got to hold, like I said, they've got to try and maintain, right, and some sort of semblance and stay in this contest till half-time.
So, Josh Fox, we know he can kick goals. We know he can stand up when needed. And this is the most important kick for the season for him at the moment, for his side. Currently trailing by 17 points. It'll take every bit of his best. He comes in now, gets underneath it. It's a magnificent kick. The goal umpire did not move. Fox gets his first, and that's 3 on the board now for East Ringwood, and they answer the challenge, and they get the margin back to within 11 points.
See, that's what you want, your big forward kicking a goal from just inside the 50 metres there.
Absolutely beautiful kick. It almost went post high as well, and cheered through by the huge cheer squad of blue and white that are down behind those goals, which is a fantastic sight to see. We love that sort of stuff.
Boundary.
Let's cross down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
It was a great kick, of course, but I just think East Ringwood needs some deeper entries. Their small forwards can get to work at ground level if they just are able to get the ball a little further towards the goal.
Well, margin's now 11 points. James Belo takes on Turner. Spun around and got it on the right boot forward. Big mark taken, not quite. Socket off the ground there from Coughlin, and a mark again inside 50 for the Roos. And having the set shot on goal, it looks like it's Will McRae, who'll line up for the second in a minute for East Ringwood.
Well, this will do their confidence a lot of good here, East Ringwood, because they have sort of been outpointed by Balwyn in this first half.
They've started to take some forward 50 marks as well, East Ringwood. They lead in that department in this second quarter, 3-2.
Almost an identical spot from the last Josh Fox goal. Probably a little bit closer, though, this time. He'd be lining up maybe from 30 metres out. Bit of an angle for the Roos second in the space of a minute. McRae lines up off the right boot towards goal, and it is well right. So a minor score. East Ringwood moved to 3-2-20, Balwyn 4-6-30. We played 15 minutes in the second quarter. Let's go down the boundary to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, I've just noticed with East Ringwood, they're not panicking now for the last 5 minutes, which they've been doing the last couple minutes before that. Even at the back end of that quarter, they're actually looking through their eyes, looking at that, and they're doing terrific things.
Well, it could be a coast-to-coast situation here as the kick goes inside forward 50, looking for Oakes, but the ball's gone over the boundary line and out.
Sorry, it was meant to be lowering their eyes. Sorry, my bad.
No, that's all right, mate. Just don't do it again. No, you're all right. Delaney, short pass on. It was a risky one, wasn't it? Donnelly was there, but he had to stand strong. Good jukes to take that.
Gee, earned it.
Yeah, certainly did. It was a quick transition of football. Only in that space of crossing to Blake had they moved it from Cunningham right down the wing position into the forward line. As the kick goes out towards the wing again, it was intended out there for Wetherill. It was knocked away from him as the kick goes forward now at the back. Oh, here's a go for Balwyn. Kick goes goalward. He shoots towards and pushes it. Lamont might take the mark right on the goal line, but he couldn't. So it's rushed through for one behind. Minor score to the Tigers. They were probably important for them to get a goal probably because the momentum has really swung in the last couple of minutes. You can feel it. Bendigo Bank scoreboard shows an 11-point lead to the Roos. Cherney bringing it back.
So Cherney switching it towards far side. Who can take a mark here? It's all Balwyn numbers at ground level. The handball backwards from Rid. They go inside 50 again. Charlie's one out against Delaney. He's going to end up with a footy. He'll get the handball, but it's cut off this time by Tweedy. Tweedy in defence. A long, high kick up and under. Big mark taken there by Lever. And that was outstanding, and he has had a massive afternoon so far in this first half. Lever inside 50. He goes in the direction of Haley. Picked off this time by Delaney. As we said, probably has the hardest job on the ground today. And he's going to kick it back to Lever.
Kick to kick out here.
And Lever will play on straight away and hit up a target up forward. Charlie couldn't quite take the mark. Waitman's there. He lays the tackle with Tweedy. And over the line it goes. And we'll get a ball up. 17 minutes in this second quarter. It's Balwyn 31 leading East Ringwood 20. Blake Tennant on the boundary.
Yeah, I was just thinking about Brush's comments and Ray's as well. They're just kicking it to Charlie like they need other options. There's plenty of them, but they're not using them at the moment.
Well, he's presenting, and you know the thing about Charlie Haley is that no matter what, if he doesn't win the contest, his second and third efforts are always there.
Just takes out the a defender and brings someone involved as well.
That's it. As Urban, little handball over the top. It was a handball in hope. He was looking for Sticker. Ball hits the deck, and a free kick's being played to the Tigers, almost like won by the crowd there, and there'll be a few upset East Ringwood players, especially Cherney, who's given away that one, and we're coming in over the top. So the shot on goal will be Josh Sticker, wearing the headband today. And one of the hardest parts of Bayswater Oval to kick a goal is this right forward pocket. So currently the margin is 11 points. He's got a lot of Balwyn fans behind him. A lot of everyone fans. There's people everywhere today. Sticker comes in, he starts it right, and he stayed there and just tried to work it back. It was a good kick, a good effort, but through for one behind nonetheless. And when you've kicked 4 goals, 8, you'll be sort of shooting yourself in the foot a little bit, because you probably should have had another 3 goals or so, because it's 5 scoring shots to 12 at the moment, but the margin's only 2 goals. East Ringwood bringing the ball back.
Well, they were very accurate the last time they played. Kicked 8 straight before they missed a goal, Balwyn. This time a little bit differently, but they'll certainly still be very happy about the way they've gone about this contest in the first half. The tackle from Tillig over the line in front of the Roos bench.
Gee, that was close. That was borderline sling, that one.
Yes, certainly the East Ringwood bench wanted it. 19 minutes gone, second term of this 2024 Premier Division Grand Final, the biggest day on the EFNL calendar. Here's Lousy, gets through about 5 people, and in he goes towards a team out the back. Running onto this is Weatherill. He'll pick it up, tackle right away. That's the pressure that Balwyn have given all afternoon. Ball comes out, and the Tigers will escape. Lever's out the back. If you can mark this one, he's been clunking everything else. It hits the deck. Roos still in this. Urban comes in to lay the tackle.
Boundary.
And how exciting was that from Sam Lowson? As we go down to the boundary, Jared Beanland.
Yeah, that happened because James Belo just lined up Alex Urban. Urban was about to receive the ball, got bumped over, and Lowson stole it.
Well, here is James Belo, bouncing footy. It's a dangerous one for the Balwyn defence. Picked off again from the Tigers. And they'll go towards Tillich. It's a one-on-one with Tweedy. Tweedy got the tap, but Balwyn have got the numbers. Markowski through the middle of the ground, gets past one, tackled by the second, and it's holding the ball. And East Ringwood will earn themselves a free kick through Exon.
And every bit of that was holding the ball, but it's as equally as holding the ball as what should have been paid against East Ringwood running into goal only a minute or so ago. So there's a little bit of inconsistencies there as the kick goes up towards the big ruckman in Swizbalek. At ground level, they've got the numbers, and the kick goes an up and under one up towards the Coghlan direction, who brought down his opponent, or he received the free kick. They sort of tumbled together. Bit of a dance move, but the free kick going the way of the Roos. Let's go to Jared Beanland.
No, clear free kick. From ground level, at least.
Coghlan on the left, goes inside forward 50. Little knock over the top there. Schreiber did well, got the handball away. Nicely done there by Lever, but the kick went out. Was coughed up. It should have been marked there by Bernal. He got the quick handball away. They've still got the numbers. Here's Norris, who's been a little bit more quieter this term. Drills the ball in, but Cunningham, ever reliable. Louis Cunningham takes a strong mark. Deep in defence.
Cunningham's been very good this quarter.
He certainly has.
Yep.
One of the best kicks in the league as well, without doubt, and that one's just something to boot as well. Bowen Smith, who's been a little bit quiet, takes the mark. He'll work himself back into this game as he kicks it out wide. You can see Lamott running a little bit further afield. They've got a few spare plays, but the kick is directed to go longer. A big fly over the back there by Tillig. It hits ground level, handball over the top. Here's Charlie. What can he manufacture here? He had Delaney right on his hammer. Little toe poke. Sees it go over the boundary line and out of bounds. Right forward pocket. Balwyn's end.
I wonder what he said there. Can you lip read?
Sometimes. Especially if it's yelled. 12 points is the margin on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
We'll get a boundary throw on before we go to the stats centre because the Tigers are still a chance here. Lowell got the tap down. Turner went without it. Picked up this time by Balwyn Smith. Did the hard work. Roos have got the numbers through Farmer. Got off to Waitman. Waitman, the clearing, kicking towards the middle of the ground. Pollux for the Tigers did well. Turner now to Anderson. And now Cunningham. Cunningham inside 50. Tillig's out the back. And a great mark. Not quite. Went without it. Still controlled the footy. Put it on the right boot. And delivers a goal for Balwyn. 5-8-38. East Ringwood 3-2. 22 and a half minutes gone. Didn't take the mark, but the second effort was brilliant.
Gee, I just didn't. When they had that in the centre of the ground on the cricket pitch, there was just so many Balwyn players there. They could have raffled it.
Yeah, and that's what happens when your players are kicking the ball under pressure and you're not able to hit a target. As you're kicking the ball forward, Balwyn just seemed to have the numbers at the right contest at the right time.
Yeah. If they're going to continue kicking the ball to Haley, though, they need to move everybody else out and just have Haley one-on-one in the goal square. That's the only way it's going to be a success.
Well, they've basically enjoyed a 3-goal buffer for most of this first half as Lowson got the kick out. Bennell did well, danced around, broke the tackle on the right boot, kicked it to Belo, who wanted to keep the ball moving, and that's exactly what they have to do on the right boot. Inside forward 50, Waitman's out the back. Can he get to the front spot? He did just that. He crawls the spoil. In there was Kinsella. They've got the numbers here, the Tigers. Can they get it out? Nicely done there by Schreiber. Anderson was there. I've heard a whistle. It's going to go the way of the Tigers and Caden Schreiber. They can just slow things down a little bit, catch a breath, and then unload again. Seen a lot of play going out to this far side today. The big fly over the back there by Tillig. The fist gets on the ball, goes over the boundary line and out of bounds. 98.1 Radio Eastern, the home of local football this afternoon, and of course, the best footage in the country by LKLM Media, as you've seen right throughout the season today. And Lee Green and his team, absolutely superb work. The big crowd watching us this afternoon. As the umpire throws the ball back in, Sweesbelek had the front spot. He did really well. Nicely done. And the link-up handball finds Cherney in the middle. The short passes on and had to be good. And Fox was there to take the mark. He came out strong, Jukes. So he'll kick from just inside, just pointing out exactly where he took the mark, just to get himself that extra metre or so. We saw from his kick earlier, Brash, that distance shouldn't be a problem here.
Yeah, well, don't be giving it off now. If you know you can kick the distance, have a shot.
And it's an important one, and it was an important one they needed when they trailed by the same margin when he kicked his first. He comes in now. He'll kick from just outside the 50. He gets underneath it. It might just fall short. Anderson came through and went, I'll take care of this one. Don't you worry about that. Knocks it straight through for a behind, and safety counts, especially in grand final. 17 points the margin, the way of the Tigers. 25 gone, second term.
Yes, bro? I thought you had your finger up. I thought you were about to say something. No, all good.
About to pick a winner.
So Cunningham will take the kick in here for the Tigers as Urban makes his way to the bench. Said quite a bit of the ball in this first half. Cunningham on the far side to a long pack of players. The mark wasn't taken. Charlie at ground level got the handball forward and just inside 50. They'll go to Oaks, or just outside 50, should I say, is in front of the big crowd, in front of the marquee setup. 17-point leaders for the Tigers. And it has probably been a dominant first half from Balwyn, but they'll be a little disappointed they haven't had a couple more goals. They've certainly had the opportunities. Anderson got it to sticker. Maybe this is one. On the boundary line, bouncing ball. Tweedy did very well to take the mark in front of Tillig and cut this one off.
They've had to work extremely hard this East Ringwood back 50.
Tristan Tweedy with the chopper read handlebar. Goes up towards the half-back line. Big fly over the back there by Pollux. He did well. Scrambled to kick inside 450. Lyle copped one on the chops, or in the head, in fact, and I think he'll receive a free kick, the big man. He will. Now, this is a difficult angle, but he might back himself in from here. It's a more favourable side for a right-footer to kick a goal from that side of Bayswater Oval, which is the far side, the Bayswater Road side of the ground. So he'll kick from just on the arc. So boundary line and the arc and the siren. Well, we've had this situation before, haven't we?
and earlier on, I saw the man who was then He's here watching.
He comes in now, Lyle. He gets underneath it, and he didn't unleash with a barrel here, and it's no score. So half time out here.
Not as good as Goebbels.
As I said, Jeff Goebbels is here. I've seen him watching.
I have no doubt a lot of past premiership players. Great first half out here, especially by the Balwyn side. They've certainly come to play today, but, there's moments in this game where East Ringwood really start to pick it up and really own the play. So we know momentum's a funny thing in football, and it can swing very, very quickly, and this game is played at a very fast pace. 17 points is the margin. It's the way of the Balwyn Tigers. It's single goal kickers all round. Wayne Brasher and Adam Parker to talk about what was the first half and what the sides might do to make sure that their hands are firmly encroached on the Premiership Cup in an hour and a half's time. Stay here on 98.1 Radio East and, of course, YouTube and Facebook. We'll be back right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Half-time here at Bayswater Oval, and at the moment it's Balwyn holds sway by 17 points. It's Balwyn 5-8-38, leading East Ringwood 3-3-21. Goal kickers for Balwyn: Smith, Haley, Oakes, Lyle and Tillich, whilst for East Ringwood, Lawson, Josh Fox and Preston. Interesting first half, Adam. Balwyn really dictating the clearances, but the amount of pressure that they've been able to put on the East Ringwood back six and create turnovers has really been the story so far.
Yeah, I think so. They've been the better side, pretty clearly. They've had, probably a lot more of the footy. They've had it in their front half a fair bit. I think they actually executed some of their defensive stuff really well early. Smothers, just the simple stuff, spoils. They were very good in that space, and they probably didn't take all their opportunities to mainly, East Ringwood are still right in it. But Balwyn should be in front, and they are, but it's still a long way to go.
Just haven't been as clean with the ball, East Ringwood at times. Adam, they've just really struggled to get any continuity with their game and their flow. Just they haven't been able to really progressively get good structure and content when they're coming through the midfield.
Yeah, I think they've just been a little bit off, and they've come through the middle a few times, and it looks really slippery out there. So if you miss that by 1 metre, it's gone. So I think you're right. I think they just need to execute a little bit better, but they look really dangerous when they go forward. Lowson went through the midfield a little bit there, but they went in. They were pretty efficient going inside.
Fox looks dangerous, doesn't he? It looks like he's going to take some marks, and he's had a few shots at goal as well. So he's starting to have some impact, but they just need a little bit more.
Yeah, I think with Fox, you got to get your delivery right. Like, he's not a ground level player, so you just got to give him a chance in the air. And he's a great mark and a good kick for goal. So he's had a few opportunities.
I would say the half-back line of Balwyn has really stood up very well, but that midfield of Urban and Smith have really sort of nullified Belo in some ways, Adam. They're not getting that clean disposure out of there and being able to direct the traffic through that forward 50.
Yeah, I think Brenton Sanderson said before the game it's going to be scrappy, and it is because there's so many numbers around the footy. I think they're playing 3 forwards most of the time, sometimes 4, which means they've got 2 extra people around the footy, which makes it tough for someone like Belo who's trying to get first possession and get it out there. But he had a few good moments later in that quarter when they started to get a roll on. So I wouldn't be surprised if he comes more into the game. But Balwyn's midfield, all 4 of them that we spoke about pre-game, are playing pretty good games. So, it's expected that'd be in front.
Balwyn's defence, when they kick out from a score, Lewis Cunningham, some really big kicks there, but the connection, being able to move the ball coast to coast has really been important, because a couple of times it's given him a real good look inside 50.
Yeah, he's having a good game. I think he's having a good final series from all reports. So I haven't seen him play live, but he's a good player, and today he's showing that why.
And the interceptors are doing some really good jobs as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Pollux has had a few good moments. I think actually East Ringwood's interceptors were going really well in that first quarter as well. Twitty had a few, Delaney had a few, but there's some good matchups out there.
The other thing I thought that might be could be an interesting move if Brenton would like to maybe explore it is, I know Charlie's sort of been, he's pushing up the ground a little bit. I'm actually wondering, do you think it might be worth their while maybe to drop Lyle to a full forward and give Charlie the space and have sort of Lyle play not a more stay-at-home type role and try and outbody his opponent. I know he's got the speed, but maybe just play as a tall forward.
Yeah, he's more of a stand and lead sort of guy rather than a really get up the ground and get back. So I think, look, I don't think Balwyn need to change too much. I just think they need to probably take their opportunities. I think they kick 5-8, and they probably had the majority of the inside 50s. So. But I'd be pretty impressed if I was Sando sitting in there at the moment. I think they just got to keep executing what they're executing, and I think East Ringwood have changed a couple of things more so than Balwyn, so it'll be interesting to see what they do next quarter.
Ben Osborne at the moment, he'd be sitting there thinking, what can he do to get control of the game? They looked like for periods in that second term that they were going to get control of the game, because we know that they can score quickly. They can go bang, bang, and all of a sudden the margin could be back to a goal. What are the first few things that they need to do in the early stages of the third term to regain momentum in the contest?
Yeah, I wouldn't be too disheartened if I was him. They're still well in the contest, and I think their upside is pretty huge. I think he's pretty disciplined in the way he plays his midfielders through forward. Like Belo spent a fair bit of time forward, Preston spent a fair bit of time forward, so I think he's really looking to go the distance.
He's rolling them through, isn't he?
Yeah,
he said that pre-game.
Yeah, I reckon he's really looking to go the distance. So I would say that the East Ringwood midfield will get stronger the longer the day goes on, because they've rolled probably 3 or 4 additional ones through there. So I'd just be saying to the boys, just stick to what they're doing, just execute a little bit better going forward and in through the midfield. But I reckon they're here to stay the course as well.
I also think, to Adam, the way that Balwyn have been able to push East Ringwood to one side of the ground and then explore the fat side, right, with that run down the opposite wing, depending on which wing they decide to play. And East Ringwood just don't seem to be able to get those numbers across quick enough to stop that transition.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Tom Wilson in the first quarter in particular had a few really good moments out here and some one-on-one wins that got the goal forward. Willamont had a really good one-on-one here. It set up a goal. So when they get it in the open side, there's some really good critical contests. And if you win that one, I think Balwyn have probably won more of them so far, and then you get an opportunity.
Yeah, well, Lamont and Lever have been really important, I think, the way that they've both gone about their work, and it's just made it easier for some of the Balwyn midfielders to get access to the ball. So for East Ringwood, they've just got to lift their intensity and their work rate around the ball inside the ground them in their best areas. So it's they're certainly well and truly in the game. It's not panic stations. Like at the start of the game, they just weren't executing their skills to their high quality.
Yeah, that's right. They missed a few kicks going inside, and it's slippery and it's pretty wet in there, so you just got to make sure that's executed.
Interestingly, 17 points. I know East Ringwood are capable of kicking, quick goals in succession, but the way this game is playing out at the moment, 3 goals to me looks like at least 10 minutes of football that East Ringwood have to find to keep Balwyn out of that, and they've got to. They need to find it very quickly, Adam.
Yeah, that's right. Well, they kicked 3 goals for the game, and we're saying that they're only 3 goals behind. So
yeah.
That's a whole half of scoring that they're pretty much behind at the moment. So, but generally speaking, you score more goals in the second half unless the conditions change because fatigue sets in, bigger ground, all that sort of stuff. So I would expect that, if it's played on the same sort of way, that they would score a few more in the second half with fatigue and all that sort of stuff. So they'll have an opportunity, I'm sure.
I just sort of think, Spider, that really when you look at the way that East Ringwood are playing, it's not like they're not playing without confidence, but their ability to hit a target when they move out of their back 50 seems to be their Achilles heel, because they just cannot hit a target through their midfield or through the centre half forward, and they've relied on moments of brilliance from Lawson to try and get them to try and generate something into their forward 50.
Yeah, they've just got to get back to the basics and what they've done best all season, and that's try and get that run through the inside of the ground again and just try and hit up those targets. Then they've just got to try and make sure that they try and execute those skills, as Adam was just alluding to. I think the most important thing for them is not too dissimilar to that game early in the year out at East Ringwood. If they can get control of the game and it can just shut down the defensive side of what Balwyn are doing at the moment and get some of those repeat entries going forward and get some scoreboard pressure and get it to reflect on the board, then they're well and truly in this contest. I think this is still right. I think this is right there for the taking for either side. It's just whether East Ringwood can maximise their time kicking some goals early in this piece, because if Balwyn do take the ground and do get those early goals, it's going to be hard for them to catch up in that last quarter.
Well, gentlemen, that's half time done and dusted. Adam, thank you very much for coming on. I hope you've enjoyed your day with us.
Pleasure.
When we come
Who's
back,
going to win, Adam? What's the prediction?
I'll go East Ringwood in a fight back.
Yes, East Ringwood still for me, Brash. I think they've still got some petrol in the tank.
Second half, let's get back to it after the break.
Today at Eastland, momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Back out at Bayswater Oval, the second half about to get underway. Thank you very much to Wayne Brasher, Adam Parker, and of course Matt Spider-Lee for the halftime show. There's some new anxious people out in the crowd today, and then we know that it is still a game on. All players have made position. The start of the second half. Here's Ryan Long.
Second half of the 2024 Premier Division Grand Final. Balwyn with a lead of 17 points. And this ball going nowhere. We're going to get another stoppage in the middle of the ground. First 5 minutes important for both sides, particularly East Ringwood. Can't afford to give away the first couple. Urban got the kick away, bounced off the chest of Delaney. Probably should have took that one. We'll get another ball up. In fact, it's a free kick, and it is going in the direction of the Chandler medalists from Wednesday night. And James Belo, he'll play on right away. Right boot, long kick towards the half-forward line. Walker pushed a couple of opponents out of the way. Couldn't quite get there, though. East Ringwood with numbers. And we'll get a ball up inside 50 for the Roos. Desperate for the first. It's a free kick. It's going towards Wilson. There's a free kick paid to the Tigers.
Well, he tried to bust the tackle, and I think the umpire pinged him for it.
So it seems like
it was holding the ball.
Wilson will go towards Bowen Smith, bouncing footy in front of him, and he will take it over the line. And mid into this third quarter. Thanks for joining us. Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, as well as Facebook and YouTube for today's big decider, last game of the season.
To bring the ball back into play. I walked through the crowd at halftime. All I got from people was, "Where's Ray?" I'm like, "Oh, don't even start." Umpire to bring the ball back into play now. In the front spot, Swizbalek got the knockdown. Favour of Wilson, though. Belo was right on his hammer. They're working themselves forward. Waitman, strong tackle by Lever.
Gee, that's a good tackle.
Yeah. Noah Lever, sensational and rewarded as well.
Gee, he's had a good game, Lever.
Yep. Yeah, he certainly has.
Absolutely, and he most often than not does something with the football as well. Right foot, kick goes out, beautiful it was, and Lamott, who just finds space very easily, doesn't he, Lamott? Takes a strong mark, kicks it up towards the half-forward line. Haley tried to work Delaney out of it. In fact, he pushed himself into the mark there. Well done, Delaney. Let himself down with the kick, though, but it'll sit up nicely there for Cherney, who had to trap the ball and quickly get it to boot. Thumps it up. Benell did fantastically. Didn't nearly pull down the mark. Wetherell was there.
Boundary.
The umpire's going to come in and bounce this one. Position A was Blake Tennant.
Yeah, Chris Cherney, boys. Dislocated finger by the looks of it. Just screamed after it. He's in a lot of pain right now.
But now to the top of the goal square. Lawson was there. He couldn't quite take the mark. Really well done there by Schreiber. Got the handball away. McRae was in there. He tried to win the football. Oh, strong tackle there. Jamie Ridd just put himself in the contest and will have a ball up. It's only 10 metres out from the East Ringwood goal lines. There was a real go that time as it came down. Lawson stole it from the stoppage. Lawson around the body. No, the crowd liked it. The umpire didn't want a bar of it. Through for one behind. Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 3 minutes tick over in this third term margin. 16 points. Paul Yaconi on the Stat Centre.
Yeah, East Ringwood have had the early forward territory in this third quarter. 3 inside 50s to zip, but they need to obviously take advantage of that.
East Ringwood need a 10-minute period to get back into this contest to kick 2 or 3 quick goals. Otherwise, it's going to slip away from them, I feel.
So Pollux, as we said, it still is only 16 points, but you won't be expecting a large score today from either side. So East Ringwood do need the next one. They'll go inside 50 again. Wetherill's standing underneath this one and almost brought it down. Pollux of the Tigers just got his handball away from time. Ball went out of the back half. Mark not taken by Lamott. Chevy Anderson got a smart handball off to Oakes. Oakes kept it in front of Lyle, who socketed it off the ground towards the boundary line, and the umpire says, throw it in.
Valuable meterage gain there by Lyle.
So we'll get a boundary throw in far side. So we see Sticker about to come back on for the Tigers. Out here at Bayswater Oval, crowd still looking very nice. The punch over the top from Anderson. Bowen Smith underneath this one. Free kick's been paid, and it's going in the direction of Balwyn. It'll be Bowen Smith who finds Cunningham. Both have had a great impact on today's contest. And he'll go back to Lever. Lever down the line, this time to Bowen Smith. Between the three of them, they've had the last 6 or 7 disposals. Bowen Smith too far out to score. Has Charlie in the pocket, just overdid it and fell in the hands of Damon Delaney.
So Delaney is to make up for that last kick. This was a good one. Waitman took it of the Connor variety, just inside the defensive arc for the Roos. They've got a number of players on this near side, grandstand side. Delaney takes it. The switch should be on here as the kick goes over the top. Exon is still inside that mark. They can go further afield. Belo's all by himself. Instead it went to James Belo, but it's been chopped off by Waitman. Waitman, little handball away. Oh, here's a go. Markovsky, can you kick it? No. Oh, I'll tell you what, that was a go. If ever you've seen one, they would have punished them if they had to kick that one. Let's go down boundary side to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, so Chris Cherney just about to come onto the ground, boys, after his dislocated finger incident.
Oh, that's good news.
Gee, what a let-off that was.
Well, they've certainly got him on the edge right now to the ball, and Delaney in the pocket. Short chip forward. Mark has taken it 17 points, but the first 5 minutes, no goals a kick, so the longer this goes, the next goal just becomes all the more important. Mitch Farmer takes a great mark. Can go long down the line. Bennell's underneath this one. Cut off by the Tigers again. That could be Schreiber.
Is that a good game
Yeah,
too?
very good game.
And Schreiber looks to send it towards a 2-on-2 contest. Oakes flew. Lamont was in front position. He picks it up. The handball goes back to Bowen Smith, to Wilson. Uses Urban now. Urban, small kick forward, looking for Lamont. Went through his legs, but he follows up with a good tackle. 6.5 minutes into this third quarter. It's Balwyn 39, East Ringwood 22.
So right in front of us here in the grandstand, the kick goes down. Wilson, little handball back to Smith. Got the link-up handball as well. Levers trying to break a tackle. In fact, I think it was Rid that time. Handball over the top for the Roos. Little spin and a throop there by Farmer. Got it to Belo over the top. Here's Lawson. Short passes on. He was looking for Fox, and he found the player between two of them, but they were just wearing a Tigers jumper in the name of Walker as he got it over to Cunningham. Cunningham switched it out wide. Now Sticker takes it and slows things down.
Just the difference in the two sides. When Balwyn come out of that back 50, they look very positive. But when East Ringwood come out, they're very hesitant.
7 minutes gone. Sticker's kick fell short. Donnelly was underneath it for the Roos and takes the mark. So he'll send the ball back inside forward 50 again. Goes deep into the pocket. Standing all alone, Jamie Bennell takes a chest mark. So he'll have a ping from about 25, 30 metres out. A pretty difficult angle, but the right side for a right footer out here at Basie, and I'd back him in from here.
It's a must-kick goal, I reckon, here for East Ringwood. Bennell must score here.
So Bennell. Jamie wearing the long sleeves today. You can see how the look of concentration on his face. He understands the situation here. His side currently trail by 17 points. His side currently trail by 11. Fantastic goal there. And his first to Jamie Bennell, and the Roos break the drought out here in this third term. And 4 points is given. 2 flags waved. Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we cross into the first, just past the first 10 minutes here in this second half, and it's back to an 11-point lead to the Tigers.
Interestingly, Adam Parker said at halftime that he expects the game to really open up and scoring should increase.
So, as we said, much needed goal for the Roos. Back to just 11 points. Anderson in the ruck got the tap down. Farmer went without it. They still link up now through the Tigers, and they go inside 50. Over the top of everyone. Charlie running onto this one. Laces tackle on Belo. Did he have it? Hamill comes out to Bennell. He's kicked this time, was smothered by Godleaps, and out of bounds it goes. We'll get a boundary throw in.
I think Dylan Belo was a little bit unlucky there. He should have got a free kick. Because he had no possession of the ball when tackled.
Yeah, I think I agree with that one, Brash, as we'll get a boundary throw in. 8.5 minutes gone. Third term, the premiership quarter. Balwyn 5-9, East Ringwood 4-4. We expected a tight grand final, and I think we've got it. The tap down here, Wilson, inside 50. Bit of a chaotic kick. Stickers in this one. Picks it up, but he's tackled straight away by Donnelly. And we'll get a ball up inside 50. Tigers still pushing.
So ball up, just waiting for it to get back to the umpire here. Can the Tigers answer? Lyle, a little flick over the back, that might be okay. There's a lot of players around this footy getting down Jake Sticker, and we'll have another ball up. Just edged out another 15 or so metres, so we're almost at centre half back here for East Ringwood. They took it out of the ruck. Farmer spun around and booted it out towards the wing position. Schreiber was there. Anderson in the front spot. It comes out. Little handball was looking for Schreiber. Picked up by Fox. Now they've linked up okay here on the right boot. Waitman goes inside forward 50. It was a rippy kick. It went to Wetherill. Wetherill, he had a risky bounce. Handball over the top. It was going to miss Kinsella. Oh, they've coughed that up. That was silly play. They went from end to end, and it was running into an open goal. I don't know why he bounced it. He didn't need to have the bounce. It was just craziness. Nonetheless, it's a behind on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. A coach killer, that one. Yeah. A team killer. A supporter killer. 10 points of margin.
Once he bounced it, the ball wasn't coming back quick enough, and by the time he got it, he was under pressure.
Well, in the low-scoring games, you just need to take every opportunity, particularly ones like that. So they've left one off the tables. Turner to take the kick in for the Tigers. He'll switch it towards the far side. Punch from behind. Ball hits the deck. Getting this versus Norris. Wrapped up by Schreiber.
I reckon for Brendan Sanderson, he would have thought all his Christmases had just come at once then.
That's right.
So again, it's Weisbollick pushing through, and umpires called a free kick here going in the direction of the Tigers towards Anderson.
Had a good game in the ruck, Anderson.
Yeah, he's been very good. Undersized to the other ruckman, but he's done a terrific job today.
So on the half-back flank, taking his time before kicking it down the line to a pack of players. The mark was taken. It's been paid for the Roos in Tristan Tweedy. Team of the Year member, first season back at East Ringwood, coming across from Norwood. Hits up a target, and they'll look to go inside 50 again. Long towards big pack of players fly for that one. Anderson got the handball forward to Bowen Smith. Smith, a high kick over the fence just about. Out of bounds on the full. So the Roos again are really pushing in these last 5 minutes. 10 points of margin. A long kick towards the top of the goal square. Walker's got a bit of work to do. Got the fist from behind. We'll get a stoppage inside 50.
I have to say, Ray, your tip for the medal, Bowen Smith has had an incredible 10 minutes in this quarter. I think he's had at least a dozen touches of the football.
Yeah, certainly lifted. Here's a chance for the Roos. A high kick. Mark won't be paid. Punch from behind for Balwyn. Still alive. Waitman. Getting in under was Turner. And follows up with the tackle, and we'll get a ball up, but still inside East Ringwood's forward half. Let's go down to the Stats Centre with Paul Uconi.
The tackles in this third quarter are 8-3 the way of Balwyn.
Thanks very much, Paul. From the stoppage, quick kick goes into the pocket, but nicely positioned there was Josh Pollux to take the mark. Wastes no time either, wants to create the switch. Gets a very long kick out wide. The mark was taken, and then a strong tackle there by Belo of the Dillon variety, and he was unlucky, Markovski. A couple of times now he's missed a running in goal, and then he's taken a super mark, and then all of a sudden been pinged for holding the ball. So Belo just pokes it into the pocket. That was a shocking kick. There was no one there really. Lever, almost unattended, made it look difficult, but pulled down the mark. So the ball will come back down the wing here. And it almost looks like it's kick to kick, because underneath this one was Norris, but in the front spot there was Delaney. They spoiled each other in the end. Yep. It's a little bit disappointing, and we'll have a ball up. They'll take that as a win, Balwyn, wasting no time. The umpire throws it up. Nicely done there. Swizbalik got the knockdown, picked up by Smith, got the knockout. Lever, little handball backwards. The kick now by Urban, up towards the half-forward line. Lyle was in the back position, but created the stoppage, hitting the deck. Oh, it was Charlie Haley laying a tackle. Didn't give anything away, handing the ball back. Ryan Exon to the umpire. Right in front of us here, 98.1 Radio Eastern and YouTube and Facebook around the globe. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. The game is sensational. Urban got the handball to Lever. Lever, an up and under kick. Goes up towards centre half forward. Tweedy came flying from the back. Sticker was in there. Tweedy laid a tackle again. They've got the numbers. of Roos did really well was Donnelly, who then just thumped it every bit of 65 metres inside forward 50. It falls down Lawson there. He had to create the spoil. He did really well, but the Tigers back. They've been standing strong all afternoon. They've been super. The dribbler. Kick goes out wide. They might try and keep this one alive. The umpire said yes, it was out of bounds. Not really phased there was Tommy Wilson. He was quite happy, I think, to let that one go over. And we will have a boundary throw in as a blood rule ensues as Wilson comes off. Let's go to Jared Beanland.
I think it was a downfield free kick, actually, as Wilson comes off.
So, Tigers, it'll be Turner to take the kick now.
Coming up for 15 minutes, boys. They're running out of time, East Ringwood.
It's third quarter, Ray, though.
Oh, yeah, but they're not really hitting it on the scoreboard. You can have all the play, but they've got to hit the scoreboard.
They're 10 points down, Ray.
They're stayed down. They're not up, though, Blake, are they?
So Turner towards us, broadcast wing. No one really flew for it. Cherney was out the back. It falls in his lap, tackled by Balwyn Smith, who has been mentioned this quarter, who's really lifted his game.
No, I don't
had
think
an outstanding season.
I don't think the catfish was ready for that one. He'll be spewing.
So a boundary throw in right in front of us and right in front of the catfish. We'll get a good snap of this one as the ball comes back into play. Swizbalek, big fist forward, running onto this one now. Waitman tackled right away by Haley. Lever, in fact, or McDermott. As we get a ball up. No, it was Haley. I was right the first time. BWS.
Rucks go at it. Swizbalek knocked it straight down. Bowen Smith was on the deck and it went straight in his breadbasket. Got the handball away. Sticker's kick was smothered. They'll go after it again. Here's the Chandler medalist wrestling for it with Urban. The umpire comes in and will ball this one up right in front of the interchange bench. The Roos are about to embark on 3 quick changes. You've got Waitman, Weatherall, and also Kinsella waiting to come on the ground as it comes out now. Smith, little handball backwards. That was okay. Taken by Lever. Scramble to kick up towards the wing. Delaney, who stood up really tall today, Delaney Brash. He's done well.
He has stood up BWS, and that was a real gutsy mark. He had to take that mark.
He certainly did, because if it had bounced out, they had the class players, the Tigers, to run on with it. Short passes on, unattended, Bennell. So Trey Bennell.
I think he's lowered his colours so far, Trey Bennell. I think Noah Lever's really done a good job on him.
Yep.
He gets a big kick inside forward 50, just looking and hoping. Farmer roved it magnificently, but he was brought to ground holding the ball. It was worth the risk, but he was quickly wrapped up. So it's a great tackle there. And a free kick going the way of the Tigers. So great stuff there by Kane Turner. He was in position A, and when you just needed to do it because he was off and running. Strong tackle. So Turner goes out towards Lyle. Lamott came over the back. Lyle was there to get another knock on it, and the umpire comes in, and we will ball this one up once again. Half forward line for the Tigers.
So both ruckmen went up on this one. Tap down comes out to Waitman. Got it off to Bennell. Bennell inside 50, and a great mark in defence, and well taken by Jamie Gottliebson for the Tigers.
First time we've called Gottliebson today.
Yeah.
So Gottliebson towards us, broadcast side. We'll kick it back to East Ringwood through Wetherill. Wetherill has a short option and we use him. It's Cherney, who's back on the field. Long way out from home. He's
in fairness to Jamie Brush, he's had a few.
Short kick towards a teammate. Looked like it was James Belo. And out the back, boundary throw-in might be a good result for the Roos. 17 coming up to 18 minutes gone in this third term. 5-9 plays 4-5. Paul, you currently in the stats centre.
East Ringwood are leading the clearances in this third quarter 7-4.
It was a very similar contest to the second semi-final with these two sides. There's only 16 or so goals kicked in that one. So tap down from Anderson. Roos with the numbers. Waitman try to get it back
Boundary.
to Bennell as it goes out of bounds, and we'll go down to the boundary with Jared Beanland.
With that clearance stat, I just want to go back to something that Adam Parker mentioned at halftime. They've been East Ringwood have been rolling their forwards, rolling their midfielders through the forward line, so giving them rests, and then they've been able to rest up, have more stamina for the rest of the game. So it's not a surprise that they're getting on top in the clearances.
Knockout Kane, ball hit the deck, and we'll have another ball up.
Thing is, though, you can dominate the clearances. I agree with what Adam is saying is, but you still got to score, Ray.
Exactly right.
Rucks go at it again. We'll give that one to Wetherill this time. Little toe poke out wide by Exon. But she went out of bounds on the full. There is thousands of people in here today.
What a great crowd it is.
Absolutely sensational as Bowen Smith kicks it up towards the Lamott direction, who had the back spot. Well done there by Riley Wetherill to stand strong and take a good timely mark.
I think Osborne's pushed him up the ground a little bit to see if they could generate some run.
Yeah, you feel that as well, as most players are in the forward part of the ground at the moment, and the kick just carried everyone in the end, and Fox took the mark, the big man. He's going to kick from 55. It's just beyond his range here, so he knows that. He'll go to the pocket. Lawson was there. He kept it alive. Is it a free kick? I heard a whistle, and it's going to go the way of Lawson. He asked the question. He asked the question long and hard, and he got rewarded in the end. He's Sam Lawson, and he'll have a shot. Very tight angle out here at Basie.
If there's an impossible goal to be kicked, this guy is more than capable of doing it.
He's going to kick it because just look at the sea of blue right behind him. He's a showman. He's a showman.
He's got all the support. He's already kicked one. He's been a dead-eyed dick all season. This is a very, very important kick. He leans over it and he pushed it to the right-hand side. It was a nice kick. He made good contact, but no, not 6. It's only worth 1. But they still get a little bit closer. And there's still plenty of time, Ray Baird, in this game as we reach time on in the second term.
Yeah, that's okay. You know, you've got to hit the front, though. You've got to hit the front.
9 points is the margin, and Cunningham, my favourite kick in the league, is about to bring it in.
So Cunningham towards us again. Tilly at the back will fly for this one. Got it to ground level. Lever the handball over the top to Turner. Dribbling kick forward. Here's Charlie. Charlie, with a bit of patience, puts it in front of a teammate, and it's out of bounds on the full. So Tweedy will take the kick in right in front of the ball and huddle.
He had all day, too, to kick that brush.
So Tweedy has the short option, but he'll be called to come back. I thought he's had a pretty decent game as Tristan Tweedy for the
he's been
Roos.
good.
Very solid down back. Long down the line he goes. Big
Oh! Wowza!
What a mark.
Unbelievable from Pollux. And that's your Ringwood Mazda mark of the day.
I think he's been watching Isaac Heaney, boys.
There's a Pollux down the line. Big pack play side again, and it could be a bit of a injury down at ground level. That shoulder went
hit his shoulder
right into the ground in Wetherill.
I don't know why that wasn't paid a mark, to be perfectly honest. That looked like he had every bit of that.
I agree with that too.
Umpire throws it up. He gets up, which is good to see. Anderson tried to paddle it out. Waitman was in there, tried to get somehow handball out. Came in Preston for support, wrapped up by Lever and co. Let's have a ball up centre half forward here for Balwyn.
Boundary.
Cross down to Jared.
Yeah, Riley Wetherell's not looking great. Trainer's just keeping an eye on him.
Belo took it from the stoppage. Thanks, Jared. And we will have a ball up. I'm hoping the Catfish got that one. As comes up now. If you're wondering who the Catfish is, he's a photographer for the league. As the handball comes out now. Coughlin overrun it. Came in Cunningham, who hasn't done anything wrong until now. He tried to break the tackle. Advantage paid. Here's McRae. 55 metres out. McRae short passes on. Bernal had to take it on the second bite. It probably wasn't the right option, but, you know, they've got the mark. He's probably still too far out to score, though. Jamie Bernal, but he almost seems like he's going to go back and back himself in here. So, he kicked a goal earlier in this term from the opposite side. It'll absolutely take his best from here. The margin currently stands at 9 points to get themselves within a kick, which has been a long time between drinks. He kicks goalward. He works it back right to the top of the goal square. It just didn't have that legs. You sort of felt that from the get-go. And another point on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Margin back to 8. The Tigers still have it. Cunningham to bring the ball back in.
Taking the kick-ins this afternoon. Cunningham has had a very handy afternoon. Got it to Bowen Smith. Bowen Smith on the far side finds Reed, who plays on right away. Can take a bounce if he chooses to. Has a bit of space in front of him. Goes down the line. Tweedy's going to run onto this one and take the juggling mark. Tweedy at the half-back line for the Roos. Short kick forward. He's got Cherney. Can switch it towards this side because he does have Kinsella all by himself, but Charlie now keeping a close eye on him as the ball goes towards centre half forward. James Belo's there. Got Bowen Smith to compete with. Wilson got the handball to Cunningham. Has to do well here. He does. He got it off to Bowen Smith under pressure. The ball's coming back. Is that holding the ball?
Wow.
And that was, yeah. So free kick Roos, and Lawson, he'll be directly in front. He's a long way out. He'll be kicking from outside the arc. Has a chance to put the Roos back to a 2-point deficit. The closest they've been
He's worked
quite a
hard.
while.
I'll give Lowson his due. He's really worked hard in this quarter to try and get his side back into the contest.
Well, let's see if he can kick this one. This will be the biggest goal of the day for the Roos. On grand final day, Sam Lowson from outside 50. Kick is to the right. It's a minor score, so they've had their opportunities this quarter. East Ringwood.
1 goal 4 for Lowson today.
And that makes East Ringwood's score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard 4-8-32 to Balwyn 5-9-39. We've played 24 and a half minutes gone in this third term.
He tried to kick the ball too hard then, like he needed the extra distance, which he actually didn't. Cunningham brings the ball back in. Lamont over the top. Couldn't pull the mark down. Came out Belo, got the handball away. They're really pressing, aren't they? Preston got the handball up towards Haley, who's just put himself in the contest at the moment on the ball and asking for a free kick. You're not going to get it, guys, after the fact. Boundary throw-in is the result. Across the arc of 50. So 7 points is the margin. Bit by bit, East Ringwood have brought themselves back into this contest. Can they get the next goal? Anderson did well to work his way to the front. Urban was in there. He won the footy, but was quickly wrapped up by Waitman, and we'll have a ball up 55 metres out.
It's a classic case of one side trying to will themselves back into the contest here. East Ringwood are throwing everything at the moment.
They certainly are. Waitman slung Rid in a tackle, and it's going to be a free kick going the way of the Tigers, and rightfully so.
People shouldn't be getting upset about that because that tackle has been paid by the umpires all year on a consistent basis.
Yeah, spot on. Brash as Rid up towards the wing now. Lamont will come in from the side. Sticker was in there as well. Little handball backwards by the Roos. Can they keep it alive? It came out wide. Chasing Markovski for the football as the siren sounds, and a pretty short quarter out here in the third term. Only 26 minutes tick over. We've seen them go a little bit longer, but like they've done from go to woe, the Balwyn Tigers lead at three-quarter time out here in the EFNL Premier Division Grand Final. We've worked all year to get to this point. There's only 30 minutes of play left. There's single goal kickers right across the board. We don't need to go through those because we're excited about what's going to happen in this final 30 minutes of the season. Stay tuned on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. We'll be back right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desmond from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Bayswater Oval. 1 quarter to play in season 2024 in the Premier Division Senior Men's Grand Final. It is Balwyn leading by 7 points, 5-9-39 to East Ringwood 4-8-32, and the Roos had plenty of opportunities that third term, but they're still in this contest. Just 7 points were set for an absolute thriller in this Premier Division Grand Final. The last time the Roos were in a Grand Final on Bayswater Oval, they kicked 10 goals and stormed home against East Burwood to win a flag. I don't think they're going to kick 10 goals in this last quarter, Ray and Brash, but there's certainly a big chance to win this game. They probably own that contest, the contest in that third term.
Oh yeah, they certainly had a lot of the football, but they didn't really take hit the scoreboard and take the opportunities. Look, I said Balwyn from the start, and I still think Balwyn can do enough to win this game, Brush.
The one thing you're right, Ray. I think the one thing that I did see from East Ringwood, it just seemed like to me at various stages that they were starting to run on top of the ground a little bit. Balwyn looked a little flat-footed, but that being said, for all the play that East Ringwood had in that quarter, to still only be 7 points down I still feel they left some scores on the field in this quarter.
Yeah, well, they made up 10 points for the quarter, after a lot of effort.
Let's go down the boundary. Blake Tennant has Brenton Sanderson.
Sando just talk about that third quarter. Your key message was just take the game on. Do you want to just talk about what your thoughts was of that third quarter?
I just thought we went a bit too cautious. We went a bit too calm, a bit too slow. Obviously, East Ringwood really lifted their intensity around the footy. Their playmakers got on top, and our playmakers were down. So that's the message in the last quarter. Take the game on. Look for opportunities to run. Obviously, we've had the week off, so yeah, we should have all the run in our legs, but we'll have to wait and see.
And you talked about your forwards, about pushing up the ground sort of thing. Is that something that we want to try seeing this fourth quarter? Because you felt like, and as well, your top 10 players, as you said, just were a little bit down that quarter. Is that something you want to improve to get this premiership for this great footy club?
Yeah, well, we've kicked 5 goals in 3 quarters in the grand final. It's not enough. So we need our best players to play like our best players. I said to our forwards, I just think we just lost our structure and our shape in that third quarter. So yeah, it's a big last quarter. We've got to take the game on, look for opportunities to score and run and outwork them, and take our opportunities when they're there.
All the best for the last quarter, Sando.
Great stuff there, Blake Tennant, and getting the solid message there from Sando just to take the game on. That's what we want to hear as well. Let's wonder what was happening with Ben Osborne and the Roos at three-quarter time. I'm sure they're up and about.
Thank you very much, Ben. They were absolutely up and about. They reckon they've got the legs. They reckon they're coming. They just want to keep the pressure up. They just want to be able to keep locking it inside their forward 50. They don't mind if the kick inside forward 50 isn't perfect. They're happy with stoppages. They're happy with being able to work out goals from clearances. They want more voice in the marking contests when Balwyn do try and rebound, and make sure that they trust that the bloke next to them is going to be there to receive the handball, because they're diving a little bit too much on the ball and doing it themselves.
Perfectly said there by Jared Beanland. Our boundary rider's doing a sensational job this afternoon. We're just waiting for the final patrons to get their A into G and get off the ground. And who is going to be the player to stand up? Who is there multiple players? Who's going to be the X factor, the grand final hero? Only time will tell. The players have made themselves into position. The umpire just waiting for those final patrons to get up over the fence, and we'll be underway in what should shape to be one of the classic final quarters. Wayne Brasher, who's going to win?
I still think East Ringwood win, but maybe I said 3 goals. Might have to reduce that. I'll go East Ringwood now by 9 points.
Ryan Long for the last time in season 2024.
Final quarter, the 2024 Premier Division Grand Final. Anderson got up on that one. It's the Tigers leading by 7 points. They haven't won a grand final since 2006, which is the glory era of the club, winning 4 flags in 5 seasons.
How about you, Ray?
Yeah, I picked Balwyn all day, and I think they'll hang on still.
Sticking with him as the tap down from Anderson gains a bit of territory. Here's Belo, wins the ball and gets the handball off to Kinsella. has a runner with him, puts it in front of him, the bouncing ball for Waitman, and he did it well. He kept it in front of him. Almost could have got a free kick or a high tackle on from Turner. But the Tigers' pressure has been really good. So what can they do here with the footy as they approach their forward 50? No one went up to compete with Anderson, so he just slammed it on the boot forward and into the direction of Lyle, who went to play on, had Sticker in the middle of the ground, still wants it to Sticker, goes forward, the kick may have been wasted, but the mark was not taken by the Roos in defence, which gives the Tigers an opportunity in this first minute of the final term to
They
get
got away
first.
with one there, Balwyn, because the East Ringwood should have mucked it.
So it comes up now. Tweedy got the knockdown, still across that half forward line. Urban in and under. Kinsella screaming for holding the ball. The umpire's not going to pay that. They'll look towards leaving the whistle alone as much as possible, no doubt, the umpires in this final term. They've been fantastic all day, to be honest, as Lyle got the knockdown. Preston was in there. He's kicked a goal for East Ringwood. Across the half forward line here for Balwyn. Umpire throws it up again. Who will draw first blood in this final term? Here's the Chandler medalist. Belo slammed it on his boot up towards the wing position over the back. Benell, it might sit up favourably for him. It'll look away. Handball was clever. Lowsom's there. This way, that way. On the right boot. Squared up at a teammate wide. Very good kick. Walsh, who just wants to go on with it. Walsh goes to the pocket. McRae comes out and takes the mark. He'll have the first shot on goal in this final term. He's only about 40 metres out. It's a 45-degree angle. And wonder if he'll put this one through, gents.
Well, look, the way the game's going at the moment, it's still right there for either side to take it. And East Ringwood have started well in this opening couple of minutes.
Will McRae composes himself. Shots on goal are just worth everything in this final term. The 2024 Premiership Cup is up for grabs. Here's McRae, goes goalward, he leans over it and puts it through. Here come East Ringwood, marching back to 1 point in the final term. We've gone 3 minutes now on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and here they come.
Boundary.
Boundary with Blake Tennant.
Just want to check in with Ray. I told you, it's early stages of the game, and now they're well and truly coming back, East Ringwood.
Blake, as I said to you before, have a look at the scoreboard. They are still not in front. Wake up, lad.
And I just want to add that Sam Lowson was very much down on himself for a bit of inaccuracy in the third quarter. If he plays like that, though, passes to play like that, doesn't matter.
Belo got the handball to Farmer, but it was a throw. So Bowen Smith again wins the free kick in the middle.
Crow throw there.
So Bowen Smith, who's had a fantastic afternoon himself, goes to a one-on-one contest with Oakes and is given away a free kick to East Ringwood.
Free kick, Belo.
So the free kick going in the direction of Dylan Belo, who plays on right away. Will send it down the line. They've got the momentum. Gets it to his brother James. James Belo inside 50. One-on-one. Lowson's got front position. Ball beats both of them. Turner got the handball. Back to Lever. Lever hits up a target. The half-back flank. They still lead this game by 1 point as the lights come on here at Bayswater Oval.
Gee, Ray, we might even
But there's
be
not much in it.
Could be an 8-6 game the way it's panning.
Well, last year I think it was 10 goals to 9 as this ball comes and finds Anderson just before it goes out of bounds. Anderson has said it across the afternoon, but I think both ruckmen have had a fair bit of it today. Down the line it goes, no mark taken. Ball hits the deck, Sticker lays the tackle, and the lights are back off. And Balwyn lead by a point.
Might be a kid playing with the switch somewhere as it comes up now.
They're back on again.
Knocked it out, came out, hands and knees. Smith got the handball away. That was good play. Wilson inside forward 50, up to close towards the boundary line. Tweedy, timely fist over. She goes for a boundary throw in. 30 metres out from the Balwyn goals. 1 point is the margin. We dream of grand finals being as close as this all season. We've talked about how it's been hard to pick who can take it home. It's going to go right down to the wire. Umpire throws it in. Lyle, it was a very shallow throw in and almost deserved a restart on that instant, but the umpire said no, we'll ball that one up. Farmer gives it back to him. Wasting no time. Comes out now, Lyle, little knockover, picked up there by Charlie Boy. Can he kick a goal? The captain went across the face, it doesn't matter. Because when you play in front and the ball sits up and it floats and it softens and it just sits there, and then you get the opportunity to take the mark, and it'll be a kick on goal by Josh Sticker. Or Jake Sticker, I should say. And he'll have a ping, and I tell you what, this is a side I've mentioned a number of times that it's a hard side for a right-footer to kick a goal. We haven't seen one go through all day, but this is your moment. Jake Sticker, eyes only for the football. The two big sticks loom. He shoots towards goal, and he's pushed it to the left-hand side. It is just a really drainer of a spot of the ground to kick a goal on. So they double their lead, though. 2 points is the margin. Bendigo Bank's scoreboard in this final term.
5-10 plays 5-8. Nothing in this contest at the moment. Journey to take the kick in for the Roos as we approach the 6.5 minute mark of this final term. And they'll look to go towards us on the broadcast side. Picked up by Preston. Got the handball back as they go forward now to Walsh. Walsh has got a runner with him. He'll use him. He can take a bounce now, Ken Preston. He'll hit up a target in the Roos. Goes back to Belo. The kick was smothered. It was really well done there by Turner. Weatherer got the handball off to Belo. Belo loads up. 45 out and puts the Roos in front. 6-8-44, 5-10-40, and James Belo. It could only be one.
First time they've been in front today, East Ringwood.
I was just going to say, Corey Preston, at the moment, you should throw a piano at him and see if he can play that today, because he's hardly touched the ball, and he's been out of tune for most of this match, and he just comes up with a special moment.
Unbelievable smother by Kane Turner, but the second effort, the want to win the football again by the Chandler medalist to kick that goal. What a goal that was. First time today they're in front. What can the Tigers do? Can they answer the challenge and get the response? Up towards the half-forward line they go. Out of position A was Lamott, but he wins the football. He's got support there in Markovski, who takes the ball now. What can Markovski do? Kick it to the hot spot, top of the square. Oh, what a mark by Tweedy. He's had a great game, Tristan Tweedy. We've already announced that, but when you need to stand tall in the clutch moments in the back half, he stood up then. Fantastic mark, and he drives the ball out towards Sweesbelek. Big fly by Preston over the top. Bennell's there at the fall. The ball is wrapped up there by Lever. Will have a ball up 70 metres out from Balwyn's goals. Trailing by 4 points. 44 plays 40. Up Sweesbelek got the knockdown. Preston, who's just come alive in the last few moments. Handball went to Waitman. Waitman of the Connor variety. Backwards to Cherney. Kicks it to the general just to slow things down and weigh up the real options. Never really wastes it, does Chris Cherney. Short passes on. Guess who? Corey Preston.
Come alive.
The piano man, we're going to call him. As he short passes on to Waitman. Waitman just asking for Bennell to just creep up. Just going to kick it to a contest in the end here, and he's going to kick it the way of the ruckman, and it goes over the top. Fox was in there, got a hand on it, but the Tigers have the numbers at the fall of the ball. Snapped by Lever, this time of the Toby variety, looking for his bro in Noah, but he couldn't take the mark. Over she goes for a boundary, throwing right near the East Ringwood dugout, Brash.
No, neither side now can afford to go back in this show, because it could come down to 2 minutes of football where one side gets that crucial goal and a half lead.
Tigers really need the next one. Momentum all with East Ringwood. Big tackle laid there from Lever. They're 60 out from their own goals,
and the
trailing by 4 points.
The Chandler medalist has lifted massively in this opening last quarter.
Anderson off the ground. Markovski went back. Here's Lever. His kick was smothered. The Roos pressure has lifted. They'll look to get out of defence now. They've got Lawson in the middle of the ground. Couldn't quite take the mark. Followed up well there by Waitman off the ground. Was in danger though, so Bowen Smith earns himself a free kick. It's coming back.
Ooh.
You can hear the crowd. I think it's certainly a more pro-East Ringwood crowd here at Bayswater Oval today.
Louis Cunningham showing a bit of feistiness there.
So Bowen Smith inside 50 for the Tigers. Anderson's in the middle of this one. Well spoiled, and towards the boundary line it goes. Cherney will grab it before it does. Got the handball back to Farmer. Farmer trying to escape this one out of it. It's cut off this time by the Tigers in Lever. Got it off to Lyle. High kick towards the boundary line. And a mark is taken by Delaney, who's the only one who was able to get a good look at it.
Tell you what,
well done, Damon Delaney.
He's probably been East Ringwood's 4-quarter performer today, I reckon.
Sensational he's been. as Lowson's come a long way from goals. He's putting himself in every contest now. Takes a strong mark. It was a helicopter punt kick. It was chopped off there by McDermott. He had support in there by Lever. Brought to ground. Strong tackle by the big Sweesbalek Ruckman. And he'll hand it back to the umpire, who's going to quickly restart this one. Anderson goes up against Weatherall. Anderson got it down. Belo stole it, then thumped it on his boot up towards the half-forward line. Bouncing away, came charging through. Cunningham had support from Pollux. Knocked back, little handball out, looking for Cunningham again. Schreiber went in. Lowson had him wrapped up. Ball scoots out. Trickles. The paint beats all players this time. And we'll have a boundary throw-in right in front of us here in the broadcast position.
This is the sort of finish you want in a grand
Exactly.
final, isn't it? Nobody has left this ground at all today.
Yeah. It may not be high scoring, but I tell you what, it's pressure personified.
Yeah, spot on and entertaining to boot. There's no doubt about that as the umpire throws the ball back in. The Rucks go at it. Weatherall will give that one, but then Chevy got the knock after it. A little bit of holding in the contest. A free kick going to Lever. Noah Lever. Always a cool head on the right boot now. Scissors it up towards the Lyle direction. He was in there with Lamotte. The ball comes down. Belo came charging after it. He almost took out his own teammate there. In Preston, came out. The kick was chopped off. It hasn't gone far enough. Toby Lever's been wrapped up. He's not going to get pinged for that. It would have been pretty stiff. You can hear the crowd going absolutely berserk down there as well. Screaming for the free kick as the umpire restarts it.
They're loud now. Tap down from Anderson. Picked up there by Weatherall, shrugged off her opponent, just got his kick away in time. Running through this one was Donnelly in a big tackle from Urban. Grand final is on the line. 4 points in it. East Ringwood leading.
No place.
12 and a half minutes.
No place for a faint heart out there.
No, certainly not. Tap down this time from the Roos. Straight down the throw to James Belo, who's lifted in this final term, the Chandler medalist. And we'll get a ball up right in front of the East Ringwood faithful. They have certainly lifted themselves as the Roos have taken the lead in this final quarter with the last 2 goals of the game. Here's Lever. Handball off to Oakes. Oakes inside 50 in the direction of Charlie. It can only be Charlie. Bouncing ball for Haley. Can he get onto this? Delaney did very well and sees it out. And he's had his number today. Damon Delaney has been outstanding.
Boundary.
As we go down the boundary, Jared Beanland.
Shades of Jesse Eichhoff last year against Adrian Karkowski.
Right on the money there, Jared.
Bit of a similar role today as this ball is brought back into play. What have the Tigers got left? Lyle pushed out an opponent in the ruck, taps it towards a teammate. It's cut off by Bennell. Bennell got it to Belo just in time. Here's Lamotte. Bouncing ball. Tigers in front. 6:10:46, Balwyn, East Ringwood 6:8:44, 13 and a half minutes gone, fourth quarter.
Gee, that was the wrong option there by the East Ringwood player there. You should be going boundary side, not into the middle. So close to goal, Ray.
I think we're still in for 1 or 2 twists in this game, Bresh.
Oh, you're not wrong there.
Yeah, and what I said before the game, I saw this game going, changing the lead a couple of times in the final term.
Yeah.
And it's fairy tale type stuff, and I'm glad to say that it has come true. Ball back in the middle here.
Yeah.
Still a 2-point lead. Well, again, it is to the Tigers. What have the Roos got left in them now? Can they get one back? Weatherall took it out of the ruck. Lyle grabbed him. That should have been holding the ball. Handball by Bowen Smith over the top. It was taken by Lever. Dispossessed. Really well done there. Kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Little handball away from McRae. It was okay. Got it to Waitman, who's brought down. Strong tackle by Lever. Umpire comes in. They're not going to pay anything that's not really very, very there. They're letting it go. Weatherall versus Sticker. Got the knockdown that time. Lowson came in. Smith ran him down. Lucky not to get pinged.
Very lucky not to get pinged. He took a couple of them on.
Quick restart. Goes up now. Tillig was in there, got it knocked down, looking for Urban. He got pulled off the ball and he pulled it back in. That was clever because there was 3 Roos right around him, and we'll have a ball up.
Boundary.
So, let's go down the boundary, Jared Beanland.
Balwyn have noticed that Sam Lowson's such a danger around the clearances. They've got Bowen Smith on him rather than Caden Schreiber from before.
So tap forward to Sticker. The ball was almost stolen from him from Mexon. But right in front of us, broadcast wing. The ball will be balled up. 6-10 plays 6-8. Thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern, Facebook and YouTube. It's the Balwyn Tigers leading this by 2 points. Looking for their first flag since 2016. Urban went the handball backwards, looking for Lever. It's going nowhere. And the umpire says, give it to me, we'll do it all again.
Has either coach, Ray, got a move left in the bag?
Well, they just put Bowen Smith onto Lowson. I think that's a great move, but I don't think the others...
Defensive struggle there. East Ringwood fans wanted a free kick for Belo. Urban got the ball forward. Mark not taken. Donnelly, handball, and it's coming back. There is a free kick.
It should have been a free kick
towards the Roos.
Against Lamont.
And it was there, so it's going to go back to the half-back line.
In answer to your question, Brash, it's up to the players now. The coach can't do much more.
You don't think either coach has got any more moves in the back pocket?
No.
Belo went for Weatherall. It came over the top, running onto it with speed. There was Waitman. He tried to get away. Cunningham, sensational tackle and rewarded as well. The crowd's really getting into this game now. The Tigers have the lead by 2 points.
Cunningham has been absolute magnificent there.
Exactly. I reckon his father, Richie, would be real proud of him today.
The kick goes up towards the wing position. Is Tillich there from the side? It goes over the top of his head. He got a little bite on it. A handball came out from the Roos out the back. Cherney on hands and knees. Just couldn't release the pill in time. And we will have a ball up right in front of a huge congregation of East Ringwood fans down here on the half-forward line. As the umpire throws it up now, knocked down there by Sweesbelek. Big Ruckman went after it again, but Urban took it, got the handball away. Markowski goes inside forward, 50. It was a scrambly kick, but it was a good one to boot. And Balwyn have the mark, and they'll kick from just inside the 50-metre arc. And I tell you what, this is one of the biggest kicks in his career, which is Jake Tillich, who's kicked one goal. We haven't had any multiple goal kickers for the day, and this is so telling.
You're building it up, yet all day you reckon nobody can kick a goal from where he is. Now you're building it up.
He's moved around a little bit. I'm going to back him home for this one. This is officially the biggest kick of the season. Jake Tillich, he comes in now. He starts it right, stays there. It's impossible to kick from, Ray. I've told you that. Through for a minor score. Every point does count. We know that. 3 points the margin. 17 and a half tick over in the final term of the Premier Division Grand Final.
This is the perfect way to end the 2024 season. This is what we wanted. A close Premier Division Grand Final. 47 plays 44. 3 points in it. The Roos through Cherney. We'll find Dylan Belo in the back pocket. Has players forward. And it's almost a mark taken, and it's going to be paid a free kick, and it's going in the direction of the Roos. And it'll be Donnelly to take this. Long way out, a long way from the East Ringwood forward 50. Donnelly will just go right down the line. Weatherall's under this one. Can he take the mark? Did a very good job, but couldn't quite bring it down, and the ball goes out of bounds. So we get a boundary throw in far side. 18 minutes gone, final term. Balwyn leading on by 3 points. Yes, Brash?
I reckon this quarter's going to go around 25, 26 and a half minutes, I reckon.
And with how little scoring there is, Balwyn are really one goal away from taking home the premiership. There's been a free kick awarded, and he's going East Ringwood's way again. It might be Lowson who'll take this.
Who's taking it? Make up your mind, umpire.
Swizzbalek, it looks like he's going to claim this one. He'll send it inside 50. Who can mark this one? Plays fly. Out the back was Farmer. Balwyn to clear this one out. Bowen Smith got a hand to it. Out the back there, doing well was Markowski, but he's caught and it's holding the ball. East Ringwood free kick. And taking this is Coughlin will look to play on straight away. Cherney now inside 50 for the Roos. That's a poor kick towards the boundary line.
Poor option there.
Low percentage.
Yeah, Cunningham again.
Boundary throw in just inside the 50 for East Ringwood. They currently trail by 3 points. Balwyn have led for 96% of the game. They've just got their noses back in front. Anderson goes up against Sweesbelek. Sweesbelek did it well in the contest. Got the knockdown. Snap around the body. Umpire just let him play go as the kick goes in towards the middle. Over the back, here's Charlie Haley, the skipper. Little handball over the top. He had a link up there in Bowen Smith. Bowen Smith, 2 kicked from home. The kick was absolutely perfect. I thought it was going to be perfect there for Tillich. It didn't quite hit him, but they've been able to get up to the second effort. Handball over the top. Here's Lever. Does Lever have enough time? Can he spot up someone? He can. He can. Fantastic play, and Sticker takes the mark in the forward pocket. One of the most impossible spots on the ground to kick from. But he'll go back and have another go, Jake. Wowzer.
Right on your spot. I'm going to call that the BWS pocket every time I come to Bayswater now.
I tell you one thing though, Ray. I reckon I've seen more Balwyn supporters here this afternoon than I have in the last 8 years since they won their last flag.
Yep.
Jake Sticker, this is your moment.
Cometh the man, cometh the hour.
They currently lead by 3 points. biggest kick of the year, you little beauty. He's put it through. He salutes the crowd. The Tiger faithful go up in arms. Unbelievable scenes out here. A 9-point lead to the Balwyn Tigers. Time on here in the final term of the Premier Division Grand Final.
Well, when you've only kicked 6 goals to the game and you're into red time and you need 2, it's very, very tough. They've got to be very quick out of the clearance here.
And is Blake Tennant alive still down there on the boundary?
Yes, Ray.
Well, what do you say now, Blake?
Oh, just that the stars are born and just coming alike.
So back in the middle it goes again. What have East Ringwood got left? Have they got anything? Out of the middle, it's going to be Lowson to clear this out. Lowson with a bit of space in the direction of Bennell. Out the back is Wetherill. Falls into his left. Right boot towards the top of the square. McRae's there, but he's got plenty of Tigers around him. And Pollock spoils it through for a behind.
Clever.
And it is now East Ringwood 6-9-45, trailing Balwyn 7-11-53. And we've played 21 and a half minutes in this final term.
Louis Cunningham just screaming for players to run out wide, and why wouldn't you? And he tries to get his 60-metre usual purchase out there, and the kick went wide, and it did all right too because Lyle was there. He linked up beautifully with Wilson, whose left foot scrambly kick gained a valuable 30 metres or so, but Delaney was there to mop up the pieces for East Ringwood and kick the ball back in the Cherney direction. It went over the top of him. Waitman got the handball back to Cherney, who just thumps at 50 metres. It's an up and under kick looking for Wetherill. Couldn't take the mark. A strong tackle there by Schreiber. Everybody screaming for a free kick to East Ringwood. It's unbecoming though. Farmer asking the question, but the umpire said play on, and he will ball it up. Slapped down by Sweesbelick, got a hand. Chevy Anderson, a quick kick out of that danger zone in towards the middle of the ground, and all of a sudden they've got the numbers. Sticker got the handball backwards. That was okay. Lever on the right boot, thumps it down the wing, looking for Charlie Haley. He was in the back spot there. Bowen Smith on hands and knees, just reaches for it. Got the handball away just in the nick of time. The handball came out for Haley, but it was taken by Walsh. It went back to Delaney. Delaney in the middle of the ground. Here's Waitman. He's just got to weigh things up. He didn't want to waste the possession. He kicks it up towards the half-forward line. Preston gave a little nudge. It might sit up for him. He's got to play it further afield in the forward pocket. Wetherill! Is it? McRae's taken the mark in the left forward pocket. And here is a chance for East Ringwood. We know that we've seen a few goals kicked from running around and curling it back from this position this afternoon. This will just ignite this arena out here today at Bayswater Oval. Huge kick coming up.
The sea of blue behind the goals. Just watch this if this goes through.
What a crowd. This is massive crowd witnessing what a titanic struggle this is.
Will McRae must kick this goal. He comes in now. It's an all right looking kick. It's going to fade. It's going to fade. A big mark has been taken by Wetherill across the face. He's only going to kick from 5 metres out. Surely he puts this one through. Oh my God, he's been put on a pretty difficult angle, but he is very, very close. You can see Schreiber coming in. He swings around now, and he kicks a goal. He kicks a goal. It's back to only 3 points out here at Bayswater Oval. Unbelievable. 2 points, 53 plays 51. Wowza.
Just on those numbers at the ground, there's actually 3,500 watching live now. Biggest numbers we've ever had watching the grand final live.
What a game this has been. 7-9-51 East Ringwood, 7-11-53 Balwyn. There can't be long left. We're now 24 minutes into the final term, and the Tigers lead by just 2 points. The Premier Division Grand Final. What a perfect way to end season 2024. Back in the middle it goes again. Anderson with the tap down. Winning it out of the clearance here is Urban. Went without it. Belo comes in. We're going to do it all again because the umpire's going to say, give it to me. It's a high free kick, and it is going towards the Tigers.
Oh, that's...
And you can hear the groans. Alex Urban.
They'll suck up every second
they
can.
That's exactly what he's done. He said, just let's calm this one down as he goes towards the wing. Two ball plays, went for it. Schreiber's there towards the boundary line. Waitman, Schreiber. Getting the clearance now. It's Waitman. Got the handball off to Bennell. Bennell towards the half-forward line. Tillich in defence.
Oh, good mark.
And that is a great mark for the Tigers.
Stand up and be strong. Jack Tillich, what a sensational mark that was. He's just pointing in the direction. He wants to get as much distance on this as possible. A thumping kick goes down towards the wing position. Who's going to stand up? It went towards Lyle. Tweedy got the knockdown. East Ringwood slapped down though. Wilson took it. Shaw passes on. Anderson takes the mark. And he's just going to take every bit of time that he wants until the umpire tells him to move on. Chevy Anderson, the big ruckman for Balwyn, a sensational player, a sensational season. Now thumps the ball up towards the 50. The big fly over the back that time. Markovski knocked on there by Lyle. It comes alive. Here's Charlie. He ducks into the tackle though. Donnelly had him. He almost could have got pinged, Charlie boy. But the ball stays alive and right in the position that they want it, the ball inside. It's only 25 metres out from their goals. If they can kick the next one, it should be game over. 25 and a half gone. Lyle got the knockdown. There's Bowen Smith. Can he keep the ball alive? He cannot. Boundary throw in left forward pocket.
I think he was looking for that. He was looking for the boundary.
What was the second semi-final? 3 points.
Yep. And it's 2 points right now if you've just joined us. 26 minutes into the last quarter. Balwyn lead 7-11 to 7-9. It's been tight all afternoon and the Tigers have led for 96% of the game. A high kick from Sticker towards the boundary. Markovski's under this. It's spoiled by Cherney. Here's Belo. Got the handball back to Walsh. Walsh goes forward. It's a dangerous handball into a dangerous spot in the Balwyn forward 50.
There it is!
Cut off and the siren. Balwyn are premiers. 7-11-53. 7-9-51. The Tigers' first senior premiership since 2016.
Wow, what an extraordinary game that was.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Look at the scenes out there. Unbelievable. Crowds come from everywhere. The 19s are out there. The Resis have run out there. They're celebrating as a one full football club here today. And a well-deserved victory as well. They got the lead early. They made themselves a hunted this afternoon, and they were able to answer a challenge. There's nothing harder than when you finally met and then you got your backs against the wall to get yourself back in front row.
Yeah, and there's 2 winners in this game. Balwyn are 1 winners, and EFNL football. That is one of the great grand finals.
Yeah, what a spectacle! It's amazing scenes. Amazing scenes out here.
Boundary boys. Yeah, just out here with Brendan Sanderson. How does this feel? I
lost my voice. Just so proud of the boys. They were awesome. We kicked 2 goals after half time, not enough, but yeah, really proud of the effort all day. Just see Benny.
Sonia Blake, they're always tough to get a coach after there, but he's still going.
And then it just followed up. The champions that lifted, you asked for your top 10 to lift, and they did it. They've guided you to the premiership. Your first flag since 2016. You must be feeling you've come to the club at the right time, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. I'm very lucky, the guys behind the scenes that do all the recruiting and the ones that bring in the good players. But yeah, obviously, really good team effort, and I said to the boys on Thursday night, it's clubs that get you to premierships, grand finals, and it's the 22 that obviously get you premierships. So, yeah, big relief.
I'll let you go enjoy the celebrations. Take care.
Absolutely, fantastic stuff by Blake Tennant. I know he'll be rummaging his way around a pretty difficult place to get an interview there, but sure we'll cross back down to him soon.
I think I can see him trying to crawl out from the scrum.
What a final term that was, Wayne Brasher. It's one that it was like I said earlier, it's a fairy tale finish to the season.
It is, and I think we've been waiting for something like this for so many years, and, look.
Gentlemen, I've got Caden here. Caden, what are the feelings immediately?
Oh, just relief, excitement, and just reward for effort for the whole year. So proud of Charlie, the captain, the leaders, and even our younger boys coming through. I can't explain it. I'm just quite emotional, and just reward for all the boys' hard work. Really, really good.
Well, congratulations, mate. Go and enjoy it.
Awesome stuff, Jared. It's like a Royal Rumble in there, Brush. You know what they're all about.
Oh, my oath. Look, and I think, as Ray alluded to, this is the best advertisement for EFNL football this afternoon. If we don't put it this way, this is why our competition is the #1 metropolitan competition in Melbourne, because we produce quality.
Gentlemen, I've got Josh Walker down here. Josh, what are your feelings right now, mate?
Relief. That last quarter was way too stressful. I don't know, it felt like they came pretty hard in that third quarter. We sort of weathered it. Hit the front, credit to them, they kept fighting, hit the front, and really fantastic effort from our boys to grind it out. We knew we had to keep scoring. We losing my voice now. We knew we had to keep scoring, so didn't want to start playing defensive and try and protect that lead. In the end, they hit the front, so we had to. I think it helps, to be honest. But relieved, so very relieved, very relieved.
All right, thanks, mate. I'm going to keep making the rounds.
Great stuff there, Jared. I tell you what, Josh Walker, he's been screaming all afternoon down back.
Just here with Kane Turner. Kane, you come to the club this year, of course. What does this mean?
Oh, mate, I told the boys at the start of the year, it's been a lean few years for me back in the AFL, so when Balwyn came knocking a club with such a strong history of winning premierships, I thought I have to take the opportunity. I said to the boys at the start of the year that I didn't come to this club just to make up part of the numbers. I came to win. So proud of this group, and obviously so much respect for East Ringwood. They're such a great side, have been all year, but there's no better feeling than that.
You've been on the big stage, of course, multiple times, mate, but where does this one sink in now? Does this take the cake? I know it hasn't really sunk in yet, of course, but where does this sit?
My first ever senior premiership. I don't think you get any better than that. That's the top of the cake by far, mate.
There you go. Enjoy the celebrations.
Sonia Blake, another happy player down there. Just keep them coming, guys. You can jump in whenever you like. It's going to take a fair while, I think, for everybody to make their way over to the winners.
It'll probably take
podium.
them. It'll probably take them 20 minutes to get to the podium, and then we'll have to go home.
Wow, just like the adrenaline rush of that last quarter, even just sitting here and calling the game, it really was a lift.
Just here with Boundary Boys, Thomas Wilson. How does this sink in for you, mate? After a tough 4 quarters of hard football, how's it feeling?
Mate, what a contest. Like, that relief when that siren went. Like, clearly the 2 best teams in it this year. East Ringwood pushed us every single time. But to do that after waiting so long, we've had this group. It's the tightest group we've got. And you boys said we couldn't do it. Here we are.
There you go. There you go.
Well, I don't know who he's talking about. I tipped Balwyn by 2 points today. I think I basically scripted how this went out, Ray Bear. I'll get that in while I can.
Well, I tipped Balwyn, so...
Let's go back, keep going, mate.
Oh, we got the premiership captain in a couple more minutes. Charlie, you've just been the true man of this football club. You've driven this footy club, of course. You talked about it on Tuesday night. Coming from North Ringwood, how's it going? You must be feeling so much relief that you've hacked this group in for the 7 or 8 years that you've been here.
Oh, mate, unbelievable. Trying that up so long with this. Just so proud of everyone. Like, means so much to me. I've been working fucking for 10 years here trying to do this stuff, and I didn't even get a kick, and fuck, the boys are unbelievable. I just kept on trying to work. And the boys are just, I don't even know how we won, but we're fucked. The siren went and we're here.
Oh, mate, like I said, you're the true leader of this footy club, and to get this premiership medallion around your neck after all the hard work that you've done, I know, but you set up a lot of goals for this great footy club. And this is your number 1 supporter, I'm tipping.
Little Archie.
How was Charlie today, young fella? Was he good?
Yeah.
Is he good? All right, well,
Great
I'll let
stuff,
you enjoy
Blake.
the celebrations. Enjoy.
Sonia Blake and Charlie Haley, very emotional, very passionate.
Gee, I thought even our own Blake Tennant looked like he was going to go out in sympathy there for a minute.
Drop a tear. I know I am.
Boundary.
Let's go back to Jared.
Gentlemen, I've got Alexander. That, mate.
Mate, words can't even describe how good this feels. We've been working 6 years for this, and hard work pays off. Fucking unbelievable. So unbelievable, mate.
Oh, they've been doing it all day, mate. East Ringwood, they worked really hard to get back into the game, but I guess you guys just trusted yourselves to be able to keep scoring, keep the scores coming on the board, and keep your legs going.
Yeah, look, we've been in this position before where teams have come back with momentum, but we just talked about keeping our heads up. We knew the swings were going to happen, momentum swings, so we just kept saying to the boys, just keep going, and it came pulled off.
And just being in the midfield while East Ringwood were bringing that sort of pressure, how did that feel while you were in there?
Mate, the game was so intense that you don't really even have time to think about it. You just sort of play the moments, and just whatever happens, happens.
Well, congratulations, mate. Let you celebrate.
Unbelievable stuff down there.
And one more, boys, as well. Got Jordan Lyle. Jordan, premiership player after a long couple of years here at Balwyn. How's this feeling?
Unbelievable feeling. It's hasn't really sunk in. I'm just exhausted as well. I couldn't even make it to the celebrations from 50 metres away. I was that out of my feet, but just unbelievable. I think I've been here 4 or 5 years now, and every year I've said it'd be my last year, but I play one more just so that I can win a flag. I say when I win a flag, I'll stop playing. So
It's definitely been a long 8 years for this great football club to get back to where they always be. You know, listening in on Tuesday night, the past players have definitely driven this footy club because they want this flag. They just need it. You know, 8 years is a long time for Balwyn. And do you feel like you're absolute privileged now to be joining those legends as well?
Certainly. I mean, it sounds funny, don't you think, 8 years and you're in a premiership drought. But this club's just built around success, and as much as the players did a great job today, it's built around blokes like Paul Johnson, Vin O'Halloran, and Neil Lane and Richard Wilson. Those guys are the foundation. They built this. This belongs to them as much as it does to us.
Oh, I'll let you enjoy the celebrations.
Well, it's as good as it gets, the number of players we've been able to have a chat to this afternoon, and fantastic work by our boundary riders as we see players and officials finally break away and make their way over to the winners podium.
Might go one more before presentations. Got Chevy Anderson. Chev, big fellow in the ruck. Must be tough today in these tough conditions.
Absolutely. Like that, I'm going up against a big man. He's probably got 30 kilos on me, and I respect him so much. You know, he's a big man. He's hard to move. You know, so I have to try and work around him. You know, get around, try and get a jump at it, but he makes it tough.
How does this feel? Ending an 8-year drought for this great football club.
Oh, it's unbelievable. I've never played in the grand final, so this is real special. I'm going to cherish it.
Is this your daughter here as well? How did it go today?
It is. This is little Olive.
How did that go today?
Can you give us a tiger roar? No.
There we go. Yeah, it's going to be a big celebration down at Balwyn Park tonight. You reckon?
Absolutely. We're really close group, and yeah, we're gonna yeah.
No, I'll let you enjoy the celebration, Chevy.
They'll be doing it in style without a shadow of a doubt down at Balwyn tonight.
They'll probably have a few quiet ones and all go to bed by 11:30. BWS,
not a chance.
Because they're so tired.
Well, they'll catch the tram home, but it'll probably be on Tuesday.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think they touched on Richard Wilson and Paul Johnson. Those two guys, I doff my hat to them because those two guys really did with the key pillars of the Balwyn Football Club when they first started.
Grand final presentations. A fantastic game to finish off the 2024 season between two great sides. Commiserations to the East Ringwood Football Club after a fantastic season. Not your day today, but a fantastic year, a lot to be proud of. And congratulations to the Balwyn Football Club, premiers to 2024. I would now like to welcome up to the stage the Evenhill Chairman, Paul Barlow, to present today's medals. Starting with the Cliff Tompkins Medal, which is awarded to the player judged best on ground in the grand final. The 2024 Cliff Tompkins Medal from Balwyn, number 4, Bowen Smith.
Yeah, definitely. You know, fantastic game by Bowen
Unbelievable.
Smith.
Picked by Ray Baird at the start of the game as
Yep.
well. Cliff Tompkins medalist today and premiership player and best on ground. It doesn't get much better than that, does it, Brash?
No, it certainly does not.
He's been a stellar player all year. He oozes consistency and class, doesn't
Now
he?
for the premiership medals, starting with number 1, Jamie Godliebson.
Had a quiet game today, Ray, but it was serviceable throughout the year.
Yeah, he's been great for a long time at this football club and just an integral part.
I think
There's
he's
no
a
doubt about that.
founding player.
Kane Turner.
See what a pick-up from North Melbourne this guy's been.
Unbelievable today as well. Just the second efforts, the tenacity,
Number
the ferociousness.
3, Alex Urban.
Played a good game, Brash.
Yeah, he's been the engine room most of the year, averaging over 30 possessions a game.
Welcoming back to the stage, the best on ground, number 4, Bowen Smith.
Yeah, well, he's probably matching Alexander Urban when you're getting 60, 70 touches between the two. It's a bit of a dynamic
Number 5,
duo.
Noah Lever.
I thought this guy was excellent for 3 quarters.
His first half was monstrous as well, and he's really stepped up in that final term as well.
Number 8, Liam McDermott.
Probably one of the more quieter Balwyn players today, but he did his role when he had to.
Absolutely.
Number 9, Isaiah Markowski.
Well, he probably had a couple of chances there to kick a couple of goals and make it a bit harder for Balwyn, but nonetheless,
he made a contest all day.
That's it.
Will Lamott was very good.
Yeah.
He was excellent.
When another player that really stood up in the first half and got them where they were. Where they were.
Nice
Number 11, Josh Pollux.
Thought got better as the game progressed, and I thought his second half was really good under pressure.
Number 12, Jamie Reid.
Great game. First half was absolutely electric today, especially his first term. Unbelievable. Really set the tone for his side today.
Number 13, Nathan Oakes.
I thought he was good early.
Kicked a goal.
Yep.
He'll enjoy the celebrations.
Number 14, Josh Sticker.
Was serviceable throughout the day. Put on some... He was very good in the 1%ers and tackles.
Yeah.
Number 16, Louis Cunningham.
Yeah, well, I thought...
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Louis was really good in the back pocket.
Yeah. Particularly in that second and third quarter and the last two.
Just a general down back he was.
Number 17, Tom Wilson.
Had his moments.
Yeah, no, I thought he played really well. He played an in and under game. He puts his body on the line a lot.
Number 18, Jordan Lyle.
Well,
what a legend.
He had a role to play, and
he was good.
And if he's true to his word, he's retiring.
What a career.
Number 19, Toby Lever.
Toby was he made some contributions throughout the day.
Now a premiership player.
Number 20, Caden Schreiber.
I thought he was monstrous, this guy.
Yeah, he had to play. His role that he played, he just had to keep going and going and going. And, geez, he throws himself in it, doesn't he?
Mm.
Number 22, Jack Tilley.
Well, took probably the match-winning mark in that back 50.
Yeah.
When East Ringwood was surging. Probably could have even won them the game if he
Number
hadn't missed that goal.
34, Josh Walker.
Josh, he'll be happy to walk away with a premiership medal. He did
solid
his
as
job.
a rock.
Very solid.
Number 35, Chevy Anderson.
I thought this guy was excellent in the ruck.
He was a real workhorse. As he said in the interview, going up a much bigger body against him.
Number 44, Jake Sticker.
Kicked an important goal right at the end there.
Yeah, he iced the game for East Ringwood, for Balwyn.
The president, Vin O'Halloran.
Yeah, Vin, obviously big shoes to fill, you know, when you're taking over from
Richard Wilson.
Richard Wilson. But he's got a premiership now.
Yep.
And they can't take that away from him as president.
On you, Vin.
The football director, Paul Johnson.
This guy, I reckon if he certainly will go down in legend status at the Balwyn Football Club for his contribution.
Very funny man as well.
Joe Tregear.
Oh, I'm glad Joe got medal too.
Yeah.
She's been the heart and soul of Balwyn right through.
Yeah.
Probably one of the best team managers in the competition.
And such a lovely person, always makes you
Assistant coach, Mark Hounslow.
Well, behind every good coach there is an assistant. And he's just one of them.
The assistant coach, Tom Williams.
There he is, Tom. He'll be happy. Medal around his head and on his neck.
The assistant coach, Luke Gandy.
Yeah, well, they got more assistant coaches than I've had cut lunches.
Find that hard to believe.
Yeah, I know. Exactly.
And now, welcoming up to the stage, number...
Oh, no.
The premiership captain, Charlie Haley.
There we go. Everybody loves Charlie, and why wouldn't you? He's just a superstar player, the skipper, the heart and soul, the X-Factor player. Yeah, he loves it.
And
Absolutely
joining him
loves
on the stage, the premiership coach, Brenton Sanderson.
Well done, Sando.
Great advertisement for the Eastern Football Netball League to get a coach or ex-AFL player of his ilk to the competition.
He's done what Rodney Eade couldn't do.
Yeah, exactly right.
You know, that's right.
Yeah, what a game. It wasn't a great game to watch. Big thank you to the Eastern Footy League for putting on an incredible competition this year. It was so even. To the CEO, Jai, and the rest of his team, congratulations on a big event today. Yeah, incredible. What a season. Okay, to East Ringwood, to Ben, the coach, James, the skipper. Incredible club. I know you only go home with the one premiership today, but I said yesterday at the lunch that you guys are the benchmark in the competition now, with the way you bring up your juniors, the 19s, the reserves, the seniors. You're really well coached, and you've got a great leadership group, and this game could have gone either way today. So I know it's hard to watch the other team get their medals, but yeah, I know you'll be back there next year. And this rivalry is going to continue, but it's actually a healthy rivalry. We get on really well. Well, maybe you don't like us so much now. To my team, can I just start with Richard Wilson, who got me to the club, Paul Johnson, Vin O'Halloran, Cozzy, all the boys that bring the recruits into the team. They've provided us with an amazing squad, and it's an incredible club to be involved with every week. Yeah, it's just so good to see you boys as premiership players. I'm so proud of you. All right, I've been waiting for this trophy forever, Chuck, so I think we just get on with it, hey?
Well, no nonsense there from Brett and Sanderson.
And now our EFNL chairman, Paul Barlow, to present the Premiership Cup to the Balwyn Football Club 2024 Premier Division Premiers.
Here it is.
Cheer, cheer the yellow and black. We'll not give in, we'll always attack. Hold that noble banner high. Shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or be small, Balwyn goes in to win overall. While her noble sons are marching onwards to victory. Cheer, cheer the yellow and black. We'll not give in, we'll always attack. Hold that noble banner high. Shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or be small, Balwyn goes in to win overall. While her noble sons are marching onwards to victory.
Well, there it is, and the final scenes out there on Bayswater Oval. Another season comes to an end, and there can only be one winner. That's just how the cookie crumbles, and this year it's the Balwyn Tigers, and well-deserved. It's been what you'd call a long time between drinks for such a successful club. It's 2016 since their last premiership, since we were last out here. They won quite easily that day. Today they had to work really, really hard for it, but what a sensational season it was across all divisions, but also especially in Premier Division as well this year. You could throw a blanket over the top five this year as they went into the final series, and anyone could have won it at any stage, Ray.
Well, it went right down to the end of round 18 before we knew who were the top five were going to be.
Boundary. Just in a sec, gentlemen. Bowen Smith, he's taking a couple of photos right now. Bowen, mate, how does it feel?
A bit surreal. It's been a long 6 years of hard work. Yeah, surreal. Don't know how to describe it at the moment. I think it'll sink in over the next couple of days.
That makes sense. How was the game itself? East Ringwood brought the pressure. You both did bring the pressure, but that third quarter, it was some tough football right there.
Yeah, I thought we started well, which we did in the semi against them. on the back of our pressure. Our pressure probably dropped off in the third quarter, and they got a bit of a run on. But against them, the games always go down to the wire. But we knew if we stuck to the process, we'd kind of knuckle away, and it could have gone either way, as Sando said. But so proud of everyone.
You speak about the process. How much do you guys trust the system set in place by Sanderson himself?
We're pretty onto what they did. We know they go long down the line and get numbers there, but they changed that during the first half, so we had to adjust a little bit. We've got just role players. We don't rely on anyone to get the touches. We just got a lot of role players, and everyone backed our system, which is good.
And the best on ground medalist, how does that feel?
I don't know what to say, to be honest. Pretty humbled, but I only care about the premiership medal, not the other one.
That's the one that matters, mate. Go and enjoy, mate. You deserve it.
Thanks very much to our Boundary Riders. That's a wrap from them down there below. Come back and say your goodbyes, because we're not too far away from wrapping up the season for a final time. And it's been such a wonderful year, and just thought I'd give a special shout out to Lee Green, who's been on he's in the background. You hear his voice come in over the top. We call him our resident John Blackman, but fantastic, just the production that LKLM Media put on every single week, whether it's women's football, men's football, any type, Chandler Medal Night, the list goes on. A fantastic season by you and your crew, Leroy.
Thanks very much for that, BWS. I didn't know you were going to go for me first. I actually had my list of people. Come back to me in just a moment. Here we go. Here we go. So today, look, my crew's massive over the whole season, but today's special thanks go to Jason, James, Lincoln, Tom, John, Kent, Zach, Lachlan, Simon, and Izzy locked away out in the truck there doing the switching on 6 cameras, and of course Meg in the back room doing graphics and replays. And I can't end the season without saying an absolutely wonderful thanks to my rock, Katie, at home.
Of course.
Well done, Kate.
Yeah.
And Lee, just before you go, you're going to enjoy in your own bed tonight instead of sleeping up here on the balcony.
I don't know. I kind of got used to it. I've been here since Thursday.
Big shout out to Katie as well, who's lost and probably didn't have enough fingers for the amount of times Charlie Haley dropped.
She's the F-bomb count was pretty high.
But of course,
I've missed that. But is that a good one to watch?
Oh yeah, about 10 in a row. But our master,
but he was crying at the same time.
Our master of ceremonies is back up here, Ryan Long.
Thank you, Ben. It's been a fantastic day, a fantastic grand final, and it's great to see two real, great clubs just go head to head all afternoon. It was a titanic struggle. It wasn't over 10 minutes into the third quarter, but it was a fantastic game, and a credit to Balwyn. They were outstanding, and a great story for them, BWS.
Unbelievable stuff, and you can hear the boys down in the rooms. Are we closing out at our usual time today? Or are we going on a little bit? But it's time to start wrapping up things anyway, Ryan. Would you think?
Yeah, I think so. Did you want me to?
You're the boss, forward? Mate. I'll leave it to you.
Well, firstly, I thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you back on the broadcast this season. You've been outstanding, and I think everyone at home listening is very happy to hear your voice, your familiar voice, back on the air.
It's been a pleasure, and after a couple of years of really struggling mentally, just to come back and be part of this team has really lifted me and got me back in a really good place, and I've loved every minute of it. Thanks for having me back.
Lee, we're about to go out, but can I keep going?
I reckon, Radio Eastern will sort of drop off, but I think we'll close off.
Well, thank you to our Radio Eastern listeners and across all the whole season. Thank you to Radio Eastern 98.1 FM for their support, being the home of local football and EFNL football. I'll keep going to Ray Baird and Wayne Brasher, the two special comments today, and have done that over the probably 20 years now, just
Close
about.
to
It's a fantastic job again today, and your support across the season.
Yeah, well, look, I don't know whether I'm going to be coming back because I'm a couple of years.
Every year.
No, a couple of years. I'm due to get a birthday card from the King, so we'll see what happens.
You're the best, Ray.
And Brash, a fantastic day to finish it off, and I'm sure you would have been very excited by this. Grand final day, you love them. Doesn't matter what sort of game it is, but to have a finish like that.
Yeah, look, when I finally hop on that plane on Monday morning, I know, right, that I've been involved in a very special season, and I'm looking forward to my rest and recreation.
You've got a holiday planned on Monday.
Yeah, I'm flying off to Europe on Monday after
jealous
3 or 4 years of really hard yakka. I need the break, and but put it this way, this is as good a time to go out on what a fantastic end to the season.
Well, you deserve a break. You've done a fantastic
On your
job, and I
brush.
might join him. I'm actually going to book my tickets tonight. I hope there's spots on the plane. Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre. Paul, you've done a fantastic job this year. You've really stepped up. You've been in calling grand finals. It's been very proud to watch you and the way you've been able to grow across the season.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan, and thank you, everyone. And what a fantastic day it was. What a fantastic game between two very, very good sides. And it's been a wonderful season. And really enjoyed it.
Absolutely. Thank you to everyone who's jumped on the team across the season. There's too many names to reel off, and we're about to finish up, but also Chris Curtis and Jared Beenland, who did another outstanding job on the boundary today. And Jared's even got a mic. And Blake Tennant, of course, as well. But
I have no idea where Blake is. Thanks very much, Ryan. It's been a fantastic season. Just being involved in the game that I love and with people that I love as well. It's just such an amazing experience, and I'm so glad that I get to do it all again next year. How wonderful.
Absolutely. And to LKL Media, Lee Green, Megan Green, Kate Green, and everyone involved, as Lee mentioned.
Yep.
I can't go through everyone's name, but
I had to write it down early just to make sure.
Particularly with you, Lee, and obviously the Rock. This holds everything together at EFNL Game Day. But that's it for us. We're going to sign off.
Thank you to you too, Ryan, as well. What a great leader.
Great season.
Yeah, fantastic year. The best ever, let's call it that, without a doubt. And you lead from the front and well respected right across the industry. Well done, mate.
Well, much appreciated. And that's us signing off for the last time in 2024. Balwyn are the 2024 Premier Division premiers, 7-11-53, East Ringwood 7-9-51.